And hello, everyone.
Hi.
I would say happy Saturday, but just it's a happy Saturday outside of game. Happy Saturday.
Hey.
We are Hard Knock Dice. My name is Jonesy, your dungeon master for the evening, and these beautiful people sitting around me are your heroes for the evening and my best friends. Today we continue across Eberron. Before we do, as always, check out the charity link that's already been posted in chat. Someone else could do that as well. We're raising money for the International Medical Corps, which is doing some good things on the Ukraine front as far as physical and mental health goes. So I encourage you, open your hearts and wallets to a really good cause. Yeah, no, I'm going to be hopping right into it unless anybody's got anything else. Wonderful.
Nope.
Yes, actually, I have an announcement because I want to stall this for as long as possible. So, let me read you this poem that I'm just kidding.
I was so hyped. I was so ready for that.
I'm sorry.
And then she reads the Iliad. All right.
Let me read you this book that I just found. It's called Pride and Prejudice.
Are you trying to filibuster
I
D&D?
love that book.
Yeah.
Trying to filibuster D&D. We have talked about this before we started. This is our coping mechanism, is filling the area with as many jokes as we can.
7 years ago.
All right.
Oh God.
Last we left off, our heroes went north from Scairn, chasing down the man known as Yidril, the killer of Gorham's brother, Koshik's supposed father, or maybe not. In either case, he has been a menace to this party for quite some time. He has killed one party member already. He is constantly harassing Koshik and keep staying in her dreams, spying on the party at all different hours. They chase this man down to have him answer for his crimes, this elf down to answer for his crimes, and to potentially stop other terrible, terrible things that this man might do. They head north on a ship sailed by pirates, their captain being a vampire heading north to a place known as Farlnen, Idril's last known location. As they sail north on the icy seas, building relationships, training for the things to come, they were assaulted by a jester of deathly proportions. He was telling horrid, ancient, nihilistic jokes that caused people to drop dead from laughter right in front of him. It was a fierce, short battle. That's where we're going to zoom back in on our boat. Crossing the misty waters, zooming up to the boat. Seconds feel like hours as spells get slung across towards this grim jester. People are dying across the ship. Yells, screams, arrows flying over, counterspells flying out. Gandalf, you hear the screams of battle and panic. The frigid seawater that drips from you quickly sublimates in these northern icy winds. And the cold icy deck of the ship beneath your cheek and fingertips doesn't even register because you are so devoid of your physical sense of touch. You wouldn't think that a boy who has suffered incalculable wounds and suffering, you wouldn't think his end would be so numb. As you sit here and your screams of your friends fade into echoes, and darkness starts filling your still open eyes. You're both blessed and cursed with the knowledge in your final moments that you're going to die. What are Gandalf's final thoughts?
As he's laying there, and just that vision narrows and narrows and narrows, and the screams and cries fade to echoes. I would hope that he's hearing the tail end, at the very least, maybe partially. But he's just thinking that he knows they'll beat it. They'll kill him. He's not gonna get all of us. And with that reassurance that his friends at least will make it, is gonna start rapid fire through snapshots of his life really quickly, but passing through those early years when his parents were still alive, because that's far away and vague, before getting to freeze frame on when his parents died. And then once again, those quick snapshots of going through the numb, almost just completely devoid, like years in a tour, because that was nothing but survival and doing what had to be done to survive and just barely making it. Freeze framing again as he entered the Carnathi military, with more clarity and purpose of those snapshots, fewer, but for longer pauses of throughout the war, of people dying and victory and defeat, and then coming around out the other side, and then flashing forward to the first night in Reckenmark, having met all these guys in the tavern and been like, yeah, we'll do a job together. And then just almost drifting, instead of a freeze frame, just a steady flow of the memories from that first meeting in Reckenmark to now, of none of the battles, but of merrily drinking and cheering and singing in the taverns, of painting and sparring in the battle bean, of being on the boat that I can't remember the name of right now, the party boat on the river on the way to Flamekeep, of our time at Flamekeep, of meeting Matilda and hanging out, having a fun time there, the gratification that we got when we saved people from the fire and being congratulated by the Silver Flame, just all those snapshots of seeing all these people, and the light and warmth that these last month or two, having spent with them, kind of brought into his life here at the tail end.
As your perception of the world around you fades and these images start flicking through like a slideshow, as the last bits of chemical and electrical reactions within your brain start to cease and things go to nothingness. You hear it first before you open your eyes. Sound, thunder, and rain meets your ears. It As it does, you like a nap, that an unplanned nap. You wake with sort of no idea of how much time has passed or anything. You open your eyes and you are in an open temple, it looks like. You have large gray columns on either side of you, covered from the elements, but open around on all sides. On one side of you, a storm rages above a dark wood. Thunder, lightning splashing out across the sky. Behind you, you sort of still get your bearings about you, exploring the space. This building that you're in just sort of ends in a gray mist on the other side. On the edge of this temple, you see that you're high up on a mountain or so above this dark wood, looking into the storm, and you see in front of you, turned away, looking into the storm and over these woods, in orange religious gear, sort of baggy, dark curly wavy hair with shaved sides, thin man, a lithe man, but still athletic, and mustache over his lip. He turns around with a slight smile on his face. You see Uriah Zindel. I did not hope to see you here so soon, friend. He extends a hand out to you while you're laying on the ground to help you up.
Take it. You know, I didn't expect somewhere so pleasant.
His face is full of reassuring but half smiles. This is a place of choice, of decision. I am simply here to be a guide for you, to answer what questions that you may have. Do you know the decision you have?
Surprised they have a choice. I didn't think I'd get one.
Do not take so much comfort in it. Whatever path you choose still has its difficulties.
Can you elaborate? I mean, I know why if I go back. There's still a lot that's got to get done. That isn't going to be easy.
Not so much on your when you get back. It's the journey to get back. As he looks down at the forest.
Ah. I see. Just as bad the other way too, I guess.
He sort of looks back at the mists. Let me speak frank with you. I don't wish to speak in riddles and keep you out of the dark. I am simply here to help inform your decision, whatever it may be. Your path is different than most people's here. Some people have a much easier choice than you do today. Most people's path is just a matter of choosing one door or the other. Should you want to go back, something awaits you in those woods.
You wouldn't happen to know what?
You know what?
All right.
Sir, do you choose the miss? Well, a couple of paths may await you. Should you be successful, it will be like you've walked into a room and forgotten what you have walked in there for. And then you'll forget that you walked into the room. And then you'll forget that you walked at all. And then you'll forget you. A soul cleansed of a lifetime of experiences. Oblivion. Dolor. Should you be unsuccessful, there will be no fight. It will take you by the hand, and it will lead you to a place where you will sit under a wagon in the mud and look at everything you can stop forever.
So my best case scenario is I just cease to exist.
That is what death is. It is not bad. It's not good. Just this. This is life. The antithesis to it. Nothingness.
Then how are you here?
I walk on this boundary to assist and guide. I have seen warrior after warrior come through here. I help them make the decisions that they need to. You asked me back in that temple where we spoke that if I knew of curses. I lied to you. I know of the curse of a warrior, and that is to end up here sooner than they should.
I must ask. If death is oblivion, nothing, what is this Hall of the Ancestors then? My friends claim to have seen it, been there.
Are these your ancestors?
No, I don't know who my ancestors are.
Then maybe it is something else on the other side.
Do you know if my friends have won the current conflict at least?
He looks back at the storm, looking through it. Well, if you mean, have they defeated what they were fighting?
Yeah.
Yes. But did they win?
Would you? If you had been given the opportunity, I guess. If this is the choice you had been given, assuming it wasn't.
My choice to stay here was made long ago. And I do this. To assist tired souls. And have them figure out what they think is worth it anymore.
But if you had gotten the choice to go back. If this hadn't been an option.
Will my answer make you feel more comfortable about making your choice?
Shrugs. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not.
And I think you should ask the questions that would help you first.
What do you know about that place under the wagon, if anything? You seem to know I'll go there, possibly.
I only know the path.
Fuck. Just kind of glances over at the mist for a second. You only see the souls of warriors. Fighters.
Gives you a slight nod.
My parents died fighting. Did you see them?
I did.
Did they get the choice?
They did.
They tried for it.
Many people do not get the option of the way back.
Yeah,
The way back to, as he looks through the storm, the struggle, the fight, the plight of living. Your parents tried their best to go to whatever afterlife awaited them.
didn't quite make it. DM?
Yeah.
Do I hear my party's pleas at any point?
Not right now.
Kind of take a few steps over to look a little closer at the woods. I mean, not significantly closer. I assume it's faster for me to go through there than it is in the for living people.
Explain to me what you mean.
He's asking, like, as far as the living world will be concerned, I'll be through or I won't. Like that. Whereas my perception of time for this will probably be a lot longer.
I'm not sure how to tell you how time works here versus out there. From my observations, a few minutes maybe may pass for them. Here, you have as much time as you need to think.
Sindel, I'm tired.
I know, my friend.
Glances back at the mist. Glances back at the woods. And I'm scared.
In all of my conversations that I have had in this place, in almost all of them, I have always been able to say that there is nothing you should fear. And I am so sorry that I cannot say that to you right now.
Yeah. All right. I promised them I'd get them out. And if they tried their best, I got to do the same, I think. If I don't keep my word, then what do I have? Let's look at the mist one more time. Let's look back at the woods. So they just jump.
He looks down at the woods, looks back at you. This is your choice then. To go back.
Yeah, I'll give it another shot, I think. A lot needs doing. And too many people that might not know that it needs doing.
Why do you fight, Gandalf?
A lot of different reasons. For a long time, it was just to not die. But then it was, yes, for a cause. It's for my people. Hopefully they would have better lives because of it. And then I didn't know for a while. Good while. I wasn't sure. But helping those kids seemed like a good thing to do. Right thing to do. Some of them were from Karnath. But just along and along, There's too many people that can't fight for themselves, I think. My parents are some of those. And in some ways, so are a lot of people. I can't fight every way, but I can fight some of them.
He walks up to you, sort of looking over the edge and back to him now. So he walks up to you. It will try to drag you back here. It will try to drag you into the mists.
Yeah.
We all fight through the storm, Gandolin. And I cannot promise you that you will ever see sunshine. But the best of us fight that maybe someone else will.
Sometimes there's nobody else to step up to the plate.
Are you ready?
Probably not. When is anybody?
He cocks his head. I hope not to see you back here for a long, long time. And he punches you in the chest as a bright light of white. You fly out for miles over this forest, through the storm itself, as you fly and you fall into this forest, back first into the elements. The wood is dark. You are surrounded by large trees. Shadows creep on every corners. And you hear Zariah's last whispers amongst the wind. Find the cabin. Run. And Gainwin, I need you to roll initiative.
Practice. No, fuck. All right.
Oh.
That's a 23.
Okay.
Still inspired, right?
I used that a long time ago.
I like that. Let's go here. And when you look around, you are surrounded by trees. You're drenched at this point, soaked. You're looking around in this wood. I need you to make a perception check for me.
All right. 29.
29. You, through the trees, looking through, sort of calling back to you, you start to hear things behind you and around you. You're not sure of what direction you need to run, with the exception of you need to get away from this, unless you decide to stand up and fight. What are you doing?
For a moment, I'm gonna be moving.
Okay. Moving directly away.
Yeah, I think for a moment, this is a infinite dark wood. And
Okay.
I just got dropped in the middle of it, so being away from it, I think is probably for the best at this time.
Right.
It's one fucking good thing at it, hauling ass. So we'll do that.
Trying to navigate these woods in this dark. I need you to make a survival check for me.
Okay. That's a 25.
25.
It's 2 19s in a row. Yeah.
Rustling the leaves beneath your feet. You hear something gaining on you. You're not sure what it is, but whispers start to creep louder into the back of your head. Whispers that have no sense of source, it seems, but as you feel this presence sort of creep up physically behind you, as you start to hear the pounding of feet on leaves behind you, you also feel their presence in your mind.
Cow, fucking dick.
I need you to make another perception check for me.
Okay. Dirty 20.
As you're running, and you sort of, just your heartbeat in your ears, that in your ears. You hear off to your left a little bit. I pointed to my right, but to your left.
There's too much you have left to do right now. You remember your parents. We need you.
You hear Kaushik's voice calling out to your left.
Break left.
You break left, running still. Still just sprinting away.
Is I assume, I'm hoping this thing isn't as nimble as me, and I'm trying to put things that would slow it down between me and it, like trying to kind of do a little like parkour my way like over some underbrush and stuff that maybe it might have to trample through that might slow it down, things of that nature, things that wouldn't slow me down but would maybe put a little distance between me and it.
Make a survival check.
$15.
15. You spend some time trying to throw things, break branches, cover up footsteps, whatever you can to throw this thing off of your track. This thing doesn't seem to be hunting you down on any sort of physical sense or physical location. As you're laying a trip stick down to hopefully trip whatever it is following you, off to your right in the woods and behind you, see a figure emerge from behind a tree. You see a black hooded figure, tall and imposing, in rain. You've seen this figure once before. More than once if you count your visions.
Fucking asshole. I see this thing and I not knowing whether they're actually there or not, I'm gonna reach for one and just flick a dagger at it if they're even there.
You go down to grab your daggers. Nothing.
Okay. Fucking. But book it. I don't have anything to fight it with, and yeah.
You run. It follows. Go ahead and make another survival check.
That's cocked as hell, unfortunately. Okay, 23.
23. As you see this and sort of divert course, running away from it, trying to get the angle away from it. Once more through the winds.
Gandalf, you can't go yet. You are a brilliant warrior who has helped us, but you have so much more to offer this world. You have much more beauty, more to do, and you cannot go yet.
Take off in the direction of Milo's voice.
It's a bit of a ironic smile. Like, we'll see.
The footsteps don't leave your peripheral. Passive high enough to hear what is right behind you. He's fast. He's gaining. It's inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Is it feel like it's closing distance?
Could be.
Could be. He's gonna have to fucking catch me. Fuck him.
Okay. Make another survival check for me.
That's the Gandalf one I know.
That's a big 10.
10. And when you're sprinting through the woods and This place is infinite, it seems. You hear Milo's voice, but it's echoing around you. You heard Kaushik's voice, and you can get a vague sense of a direction, but they're not coming fast enough to where you can stay on that point. You're sitting there hoping for another call out, another voice, when you're grabbed by your collar and you were picked up.
Shit.
Lifting you up and looking into your eyes. You see what looks like an emaciated hobgoblin with diseased, hued flesh. Its eye sockets gape open and empty above a mouth with a worm-like tongue. Its flesh covers in different cilia. I want you to make a perception check for me.
Okay. Oof. 18.
You know this figure. You know this face. This is the same figure that was there that night. Same one that stopped your mother, slew your father. With an 18 perception, there are no red eyes.
Just take that all in a second and just kind of, he's got me up in the air. I'm just going to swing one leg up and drive the heel of my boot into his fucking teeth.
Make an attack roll.
That's not good. I believe that's an 18. I'm just making sure.
Hits.
Yeah, that's an arm. Yeah. You said it hits?
Yep.
Do you want me to bother rolling damage?
No, don't worry about damage.
No. Okay, I didn't figure. But just kind of driving that boot into his face and go, "You're just a fucking pun. Get away."
You raise your boot, kick off. As you do, kicking him in the face, his hand loosing, you fall onto your back into the woods once more. What are you doing?
Fucking hell, I don't even know if I could kill this thing here. I guess I'm gonna keep trying to make it if I can still hear any echoes of the voices or still have retained that sense of what direction they were in. Keep moving in that way.
Make a perception check.
Okay. 25.
You land on your back, and as you do, sort of looking up at this figure, getting rid of some of the fear you've held on to for so long.
Come back. Come back and see the rest of the world with me. Let me show you everything there is to see. The other side, the beautiful parts of it.
RTM's voice in the darkness. You hear it. You have a general location.
Gonna continue that backwards momentum, just kind of rolling over onto one shoulder onto my feet and continue in that way.
As you do, reaching down and grabbing your ankle as you try to run away. Picks you up by your ankle. You're now hanging upside down, looking at this thing's face. As a tentacle comes out from under the hood and pierces deep down into your ribs, wrapping around your ribs. He starts dragging you back towards the mountain.
Ow.
What are you doing?
Fucking hitting this fucking dude. I guess. I guess I'm gonna start off with trying to I'm gonna try to fucking break the elbow that's of the arm that's holding me. Just try to just slam that thing.
Go for it.
Oof, only a 13.
You go. You hit the elbow. Just
Kunk.
meets muscle.
All right. Fucking maybe it worked the first time. Maybe it'll work the second. I'm gonna try to use my free leg, just jaw. Go for jaw. Maybe bite its tongue a smidge. Maybe that'll loosen up.
Okay. Roll it.
That one's a dirty 20.
You kick up as it's sort of. It's not gnashing. It's not gnawing. It's not mindless.
Mm-hmm.
It's not mindless. You kick up on its teeth, and you just see sharp, razor jagged edges spray out, and it drops you in this moment. Make a perception check for me.
Okay. 13.
13. The rain kicks up. The wind kicks up. You can't hear anything. What are you doing?
This thing seems damn determined to hold on to me. I'm gonna try to make sure it can't pursue. I'm gonna go and I hope it's still reeling from having its tongue bit off. And I'm just gonna, like I said, I don't know if I can kill it, but maybe I can cripple it. I'm just gonna come in, kind of stepping in, and just stomp it into the inside of its knee, trying to kind of break that sideways.
Okay. Roll an attack.
Dirty 20.
With a called shot and a dirty 20. Giving an AC, you kick out, you hit it in the side of the knee, and you hear a sickening. A reaction to the pain. It looks down, looks at you, and starts hobbling towards you.
Seem to be moving slower. I hope.
What are you doing?
We'll find out. If it definitely seems to be hobbling, turn on a heel. Direction I'll ask her at Artyom's voice.
Okay. Running. Steps have slowed. They are on your trail.
Okay.
Make another survival check for me.
Okay. 11.
11. You seem to have circled back around as you're looking, and you're sort of going, surely this is the direction of where Artyom's voice was, but maybe you've gone too far. Maybe you've passed something. A cabin is easily lost in this woods, certainly. You circle back around, and it enters your peripheral once more. Unstoppable and right there. I'd like you to make a perception check for me.
Okay. 14.
14. Listening out, there are no calls at the moment. Maybe you've gone too far. What do you do?
I don't have a direction right now, and this thing is right there. Quick question: the pain of it piercing me and grabbing a hold of a rib, did that register, or is it still still going? Like, do I feel weaker for it having stabbed the shit out of me?
It is definitely grappled onto some part of you, Ganowin. I'll give you. You're in an odd place here, and you know that this world is not physical.
Right.
It's grappled onto you, and you do feel weaker for it. Now, what part of you that is?
Right. Okay. I gotta buy some time. It's still coming. I guess I'm gonna try to re-engage with it at least some. If you'll allow me, I am, however, I don't like getting close to that thing that's gonna grab onto my bones. I'd like to grab what the nearest facsimile of a sword I could. So
Okay.
Increase my reach a smidge.
Right. Give me a quick survival check.
18.
Low hanging branch. Soaked in wood, but seems sturdy enough.
That'll work. Yeah. Step in closer to this thing and just gonna kind of come in for like either side of the jaw.
Make a couple of attack rolls.
Okay. Natural 1.
Okay. Your other?
Assuming I'm still using calculation, I'll just not an unarmed attack. 25.
25. You roll a natural 1 as you bring the stick, trying to do whatever damage you can to this thing. As you do, and you bring it up and above your head, a distraction causes you to whiff completely as it sort of steps out of the way, as the stick in your hand has turned into your father's sword. You bring it back around, carving up, and slicing it across the stomach, and worms start to fall out. What would you like to... Well, it's his turn.
Yeah, that's fair.
What is your AC currently?
My AC is currently, I believe, 19.
One knee bent to the side, its abdomen open currently and trying to seal itself back up. This thing brings out another tentacle, and both try to wrap you around your wrist and your leg and start trying to drag you back. You're able to pull nimbly your leg and your foot out from betwixt its tentacles. It's your turn.
Okay. Fuck it. I got a sword now, bitch. I'm gonna come at this fucking thing, and I'm just gonna try to carve it up as much as I can, just kind of coming in for one side, like down at the hip, just then bringing it back up and around and over, like across the clavicle.
Okay, roll it.
That is cocked. That is a 26.
Hits.
And then that's a natural 20.
Give me a perception check, Dandelion.
Okay. That's only 13. Fucking using my good rolls on the invincible monster.
One tentacle comes at you, slipping your loose hand out, bringing it around. Chops off one tentacle. As it comes around one more time, trying to grab your elbow, bringing the sword up. The other one as well. As these hissing and gurgling sounds come for these tentacles that retract back under the coat. It's going to just try to grab you.
Mm-hmm.
It hobbles towards you and its leg gives out under its weight. Falls. Spends its turn getting back up.
All right.
It's your turn.
Okay. I'm still hoping to hear something at some point. In the meantime, I'm just gonna make my attacks at its already crippled leg. I'm gonna see if I could just trying to make that leg unusable.
Okay. The top of your turn, roll a perception check.
Okay. That unfortunately is cocked. 29.
You see that it crumples and it starts to get back up. You start to walk back towards it with your dad's sword in hand. And over your right shoulder.
Tavarish, I can speak with the dead, friend. You know this. The spirits aren't ready to claim you just yet. Listen to me. Get your ass back here, soldier.
Over your right shoulder. What would you like to do?
Free action, just they're fucking trying, and follow Crowley's voice.
Okay. Leaving it sitting here trying to get up. Start sprinting towards Crowley's voice. I'd like you to make another survival check for me.
Okay. Come on, die commute. Work with me here. That's a big old 8.
8. You're trying to get away at this point, and you start to feel weaker here in this place. Look down at the wound that this thing has put on you, and just black is pouring out of this wound. You look down, you hold it. You start trying to like make your way and hobble towards Crowley's voice, moving away. And once more, you feel this thing grab a hold of you, or at least something grabs a hold of you from behind. Spins you around, you see it once more. It grabs you by the throat, takes the sword from your hand, and lifts you up. In a moment that Gandalwin's mother lived, Gandalwin too is about to live. As he looks you in the eyes, or these devoid sockets looking back into yours, start to fill with a red glow. And words escape its mouth, now with a bitten off tongue, as it says, Grus de Vanter Tosten, a word that Gandalwin once didn't understand. Sentence. All those sessions back, a natural 1 on a wisdom saving throw to hold on to those words and just completely butchering to them beyond recognition.
Yeah.
To where nothing could be translated, but here they are living and in front of you. He says the witch's debts are paid. And he drives the sword into your stomach. At the top of your turn, I'd like you to make a perception check.
All right. 23.
23. You're reeling in pain, holding the sword, getting held by your neck currently above the ground. And another voice.
Gondolin, you need to get back, lad. Your friends are waiting. I've made peace with how I left this world. But the world needs your art. And the world needs you. And I'll kick your ass if you don't share your art with the world.
Behind you, and close, the voice of an old friend, reaching beyond realms. What do you do?
He's gonna nice big old mouthful of blood and spit it in a red eye if I can. I'm gonna try. And elbow down on the arm, holding me by the throat.
Is your intention to do damage, or is your intention to escape?
To break the grapple.
Okay. Then this would be an acrobatics check.
Gotcha. That's an 18 for a 27 total.
27 total. Elbow snaps. You fall to the ground. It rips the sword from your stomach. Where do you go?
It's right behind me.
You run. Make a perception check.
12.
12. As you break through these woods, hoping to see your friends, you do find a cabin. Sits there, a bit of trail lazily coming out under all of this rain from a chimney. A soft glow from within. You don't find your friends. but the cabin is there. You go in?
Man said a cabin. Just stumble up with my gaping wound. Shove my way inside.
Okay. Shove your way into this back door of a wooded cabin. This place is dark. The rain is still pouring outside. And we're going to cut away from you for just a moment. Kaushik. You've gone on a journey a couple of times now that you take your friends' words and their pleas with, but they themselves cannot physically go. You tell them to imagine this place as it helps you find your way through it. It is never hard for you to find the cabin. The hardest part is getting someone to answer the door, and you know this. Kaushik carries the pleas of her friends with her. What do they look like?
What do you mean?
What did the pleas look like? You're carrying them with you to this cabin.
I'm gonna say they're not something so much that I physically carry, like in my hands, so much as like rotating just like in orbit around my upper body, my shoulders, my head, glowing orbs, bright white light, iridescent a little bit, kind of like oil slick, but instead of on black, on white.
Sort of iridescent, like opal colored. He was flying around you. Voices, pleas that you're bringing with you as they echo out through the woods around you. You find the cabin as you always do. You knock on the door, and there is no answer. You know that you can't stay in this place long, because you fear what it may be if you do. Because if Kaushik ever walks in the door without the door being open for her, she knows what that decision does. Necromantic and revivify magic is something that is scary. It opens up a pathway between life and death. That pathway is not one way as a lot of people like to think in these magics. You sit there, start knocking on the door. We cut our camera back. Gandwin. As you walk into this room, it is very simple. There's a fireplace. There's a place to sit. You can just sort of think about the people that have found themselves in this cabin, having to make the same decision that you just made not too long ago. However, on the right side of the cabin, as you walk in, it does not end in a wall. It ends instead in darkness. And like a dark corridor walking into a theater or a show that is already playing, you start to see memories or dreams. You're not quite sure. The first thing you see your parents. You see your parents on a sunny day, both smiling, hand in hand with each other, looking deep into each other's eyes. In some small village on the grass in front of a wooden arbor decorated with Carnathi wildflowers. A singular silk rope draping loosely from your mother's hand to your father's as they place rings on each other's hands. And your mother gently takes your father's hand and places it on her stomach. On the back door. The door that you walked through, attempting to break in. That vision goes away. You see your father starting to walk in this area. You hear on the front door. When there is no answer, it gets a little bit more frantic. This Gandolin stay.
Oh, fuck. There's something just actively playing out in front of me.
Correct.
I know I've participated in this ritual before. But I can't recall if it was fully divulged how it worked. Would I know that the smaller knocking is my way out?
Make a perception check. One. I think right now, Gandolin, with the vision that he just got, and seeing that he's about to see another vision of his father that he's never seen before, is maybe too enraptured with what's happening right in front of him to discern whether that is a friendly knock or not.
Yeah. I'll push it. Keep watching.
Keep watching. You see your father standing in front of another human man. About his age, or so it seems, other than the white shock of hair that he sports on top. Comes down into a widow's peak. The man begins talking to your father. He says, "You cannot take their threats lightly. They will follow." And your father interrupts. "Pietro, my oldest friend. I take nothing they say lightly. But to live without her would be hell anyways. I have made my decision, and I leave tonight." He places a gentle hand on his face. It goes to dark. And it fills up again in front of your eyes. You see your mother, tear-stained face, your father on his knees, also crying, holding each of her hands. Back door starts to splinter. The knocks on the front door get more furious. What do you do?
Shit. This is evil. Open form. Oh God. That door's caving in.
It's cracked a bit.
But I heard that guy's name. I know what he looks like. Did he sound Carnathy?
He did.
I think that accent sounded Carnathy. just absolutely agonized to do so. But seeing the door start to cave in, Candle's gonna go see if this other door is the way out.
You walk towards the front door. Place your hand on the knob. Back door starts to splinter. You hear your mother tell your father, "I love you, but you have already given up too much." He says back to her, right before you click the doorknob open and pull it to, "You cannot leave. I am not meant for that world. I am meant for you." She opened the door, and you see Kaushik's face, and your eyes blink open to a cold, cold day on the waters of the northern seas of Corvair. As the rest of you see Gandalf inhale.
I'm gonna hit him with Cure Wounds.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say he's about to get 5 spell slots of healing magic put into.
Okay.
DM, was I correct in hearing that was Pietro?
Pietro, yes.
Pietro. Gotcha.
In the meantime, while everybody's healing him, Koshik, with a mixture of blood and tears running down her face, with a huge, ridiculous, insane, like absolute crazy person, like just got hit with a finger of death from that weird jester type smile, is gonna collapse on the ground and lose consciousness right beside Gandalf.
For the first time, Milo is not casting Cure Wounds using one of his syringes. And he is not even doing so necessarily consciously. He is going to use his 4th level spell slot, Cure Wounds, and it is more a reversal of the wounding process. And if he had been paying attention, he would have heard dominoes. But he's not. He is crying and laying on top of Gandalf.
Gandalf, you're now suffocating because there's a 700-pound Iron Man on top of you.
He is not in his armor. He is not in his armor.
Slap in the fucking back of the head.
I don't know if you want me to bother to roll that healing or not.
Please do.
I would appreciate it. Yeah.
If Kaushik's gonna go down, I will go ahead and let's get another aura vitality going.
It's not an HP go down for Kaushik.
Oh.
But
Okay.
you can still do that if you want to.
I mean, I'll still try to heal Kaushik since she kind of just passed out because
That's fine. I do need the health regardless.
26 points worth of damage seem to undo on your body. As Milo is something between laughing and sobbing and holding on to you.
Fucking yeah, Milo said I'm gonna kill Gandalf again. 26 points worth of damage. Goodbye, old friends.
The first time wasn't an accident.
Oh shit! No, go back!
This was an assassination attempt.
the Cure Wounds was a 9, and then I'll just roll this other stuff out and
yeah.
Kaushik. Wow. Okay, you also got 9.
Thanks, Ami.
Yeah. After After getting those 2 spells off, I did attempt to smack Gandalin with my staff for being an asshole and scaring everyone, but I rolled a natural 1.
Thank God.
Hit a slick of ice and almost lose your balance.
Well, I mean, I was kind of down there on the ground, so yeah.
Rest of you find your friend Gandalf. You're prone right now in front of a kneeling Artyom. Koshik is now passed out beside you. Milo and Crowley also kneeling. Azur and Gorham, as well as the first mate of the ship, who I have forgotten due to emotional things.
Jules.
Jules, thanks for reminding me of my own NPC. First mate is just sort of sitting around, looking around, looks over at the group of you, and then just back to the 21 dead on the ship.
Cam's just gonna kind of I'm assuming I have 5 points of exhaustion.
Indeed.
Very, very tiredly, just kind of pat Milo on the back of the head. Try to kind of shove himself up to at least starting to be able to stand. Just looking at all the rest of the dead on the ship. Just, come on. Come on, guys. Not everybody is so lucky. Just slowly rise to his feet with where kind of looks more or less the same as he did previously. Pale dude, probably a lot of missing blood, but there are just a few veins of black come up the side of his neck.
Jules walks up to the rest of you as you're just sort of sitting here in silence. Some of you collapse from exhaustion. Some of you try and get up right now. He wants to ask the question. Give me an insight check. Anybody who cares to.
Milo's not focused on literally anything else right now.
Right.
15.
15.
14.
I'm assuming he's asking for resurrections for his other crewmates.
He wants to ask it.
We don't have enough materials unless you have lots of diamonds on this ship.
No. Sort of shakes his head. Turns around. Deep exhale. We have to move them. Help. Everybody that's still alive, hurt or not, starts getting together and starts carrying their pirates with them, their friends. Starts getting them off the deck. What's everybody doing?
Do we have our level 12 feats yet, or do we get them after a long rest?
After a long rest.
All right. In that
Here,
case,
you know what? I don't like long rest because that puts it up to mechanics. I am going to say in a moment that is story appropriate. You can decide.
In that case, Gandalin heal for an additional 20. And Milo heal for 14 off that first aura of vitality. And who else is someone close? I guess I will probably use an action to make sure Kaushik's still breathing and put 21 into her.
Oh, thank you.
Over the next minute or so.
I am still breathing, yes.
Okay, cool.
Once Gandalin is up, it probably takes a couple minutes for Milo to center himself. But once he does, and he is convinced Gandalf isn't about to slip away again. Milo's going to go distribute the rest of his spell slots, trying to heal up some of the injured elves and help with whatever they need. It's grim and everything's going to be shorthanded now, so
Going by healing who you can as they're carrying their fallen. You sort of stop one elf as he's carrying Kai from under their shoulders. You heal up, you see his move his shoulder, and he just sort of bows his head, thank you, silent thank yous, and moves down.
yeah, not even talking.
Okay.
So, Kashyyyk is passed out on the ship right now.
Correct.
Gorov's gonna, I don't know, take a minute or two, I guess, I don't know, to try to like rouse her from her unconsciousness.
Get the smelling salts.
Get the beard oil.
All right, well,
Wow.
it's confirmed. Dwarven beard oil is now smelling salts.
It's a 2-for-1 deal, man. Like,
Can you roll a d20 for me? Let
Yeah,
look
me?
here. Yeah, yeah.
50% chance when you go unconscious, if you smell your own mustache, you'll pop back to consciousness.
I rolled a 5.
Kashyyyk does not rouse. I rolled
But you-
a 6.
But you're breathing, right? So,
Yes.
honey, well, can't just leave you out here. So I'm gonna pick Kashyyyk up and carry her to her room, I guess.
Easily enough.
I will help Gandalf. I will lend him the use of my staff as it became a walking cane for me to get below deck and say, "Hey, I'm not coming on to you, but you really need to get out of this close. It's pretty freezing out here."
this is fucking haggard and exhausted. Look, he's just like, yeah.
Crowley will follow after.
Slowly kind of get out of just the all my nice winter gear that I purchased in Moonwatch. Just so like, yep, not dry, very cold, too exhausted to argue with anybody.
So you take it off. I don't know if you've ever seen like a damp towel if you've left it outside and then it gets really cold at night, but it holds the shape. And when you're taking your like shirt and stuff off, it just sort of holds the shape as you sit it on a stand. But yeah, Gore, I mean, Kashyyy's like, it's like one of those things that's not heavy, it's just awkward to hold because it's big. That's sort of the situation you got going on right now, is you sort of have to fold Kashyyyk a little bit to make it a little as you fold her in half and just bring her down.
Fold her in half.
Just imagining Kashyyyk whenever she wakes up, just coming out like a mech or a transformer.
Like a battle droid.
Yeah, there you go.
Just wakes up and she's like, why does my back hurt?
You guys are not going to be moving for some time. You are stuck here for right now, as these elves collect their fallen and do whatever else they need to do to get a crew together with the other 25 or so left that they have to get this vessel going again. So
Yeah, I'll leave a water skin for Gandalf. Like, rest easy, we'll take care of the rest of this stuff. Not that it's going to, not that you need the advice. You'll probably be asleep before I walk out the door.
Yeah. I will say that as undressed, like I said, the little veins of black seems to go down, probably around like area around this the clavicle seems to be a little denser and just seems to spiderweb out, following literally veins. It's just like
Hey,
they're just black
where
with necrosis almost.
It-
Seems
so,
as a guess, looks about where Milo's syringe went in.
oh, okay. I was asking, like, does it spread all the way down? Since
No,
you're
like I
just
said, it just
start
seems to kind of
fucking
spider
naked.
web out along those until going like just a little above the neckline of where his shirt was, and just a little away from that initial entry point. Not nearly as pretty as the tattoo of the branches that Brittany posted. Looks
All right.
sickly and necrotic.
It's not
Gotcha.
branches, it's veins.
Yep.
Well,
Gandalf
we'll
is
come
asleep.
come check on that later.
Before Gandalf goes to sleep, Crowley's still there,
Fuck.
having been silent and
Yeah. Just fucking standing in the corner.
just standing in the corner watching you.
You just watch this gambling get okay. Whatever, man.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, I was just like, all right, if you listen, I'm a father. I've seen these things. Anyway, Crowley's gonna just loom over your bed and just a little something to help you sleep. And he's gonna put a hand in. I'm just gonna smack him with 2 greater restorations.
Do you have the diamonds for that?
That's a
That's-
lot
I
of
do.
money.
I do actually have the diamonds just for that.
Okay.
I know you had a
Speaking of
300 gold
it-
diamond for Revivify. That's 1,000 gold's worth of diamonds, right?
500
it's a-
gold.
500 gold each.
per
Mhm.
greater restoration, or maybe it's a little less than that.
It's less than that, I thought.
I
Is
thought
it?
it was
can't quite
100
remember.
gold for greater
Yeah,
restoration.
just 100.
It's
it-
still significant.
Is it
Just
just
take a
100?
diamond, put a greater.
I mean, no. We're not going to go through. You need actual diamond dust. But is it just 100?
Yeah, it's just 100.
Okay.
Yes.
In that case, I thought it was 500 each. That's why I was like, oh, okay.
I was
but
like, holy shit.
taking this
No,
3
500 is raised dead.
Gotcha. Taking this 300 gold diamond, turning it into a 100 gold diamond. 2 levels of exhaustion cured for you. I assume that's what you're going for.
Yeah. Good thing I got a lot of diamonds in my inventory.
Oh,
I have 300 gold less worth of diamonds in my inventory now.
I've apparently got 3 diamonds worth 5,000 gold a pop.
Should
don't.
that is not true.
That's what it says, but I'm just saying.
I think-
I don't mess with my inventory, so.
I think that is the default value for diamonds
Right.
in D&D
Nah,
Beyond.
man, it's 5,000. So I'm gonna be working. Still got 3, so one's going to be ground up a little bit.
If I remember the last distribution, it was Milo had 1 on him, Crowley had 1 on him, and Kaushik had the rest, if I'm not mistaken.
Are we counting the 2 we had during Sharn? Or
We
that I
used
got?
2 in Sharn, or we used 1 in Sharn.
Yeah, I didn't revivify anyone in Sharn.
I've been keeping track of all of my diamonds, so I've
Okay.
done the revivifies and I have 500 left.
There you go.
Milo does not have a diamond. The one that he had, he ended
Handed
up
it
giving to
off.
Kaushik. Yeah.
That's right.
I have diamonds. I don't mess with my inventory. I just have diamonds.
Less
So-
diamonds now.
Oof. But yeah, I don't care. Just 2 restorations.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'll pause outside of Gandalf's room and wait for Crowley to get out.
Crowley leaves. Doesn't say a word. Just boom, gone.
Crowley, we need to do something about this ship.
What's about it?
It's somehow cursed.
It's not cursed.
It's teeming with necromantic energy.
It's a spirit that is guiding the ship, sort of like the one that we had before.
Okay, good. And
Pat walks away.
it walks with you, like that's over and done with. Okay. So,
It has been
wait, did you
talking-
already know? Well,
Yes.
fuck. Is it going to? Is it just a spirit controlling the ship, or is the ship like an undead ship? Is there like bones in the walls or something like that?
When spirits die and achieve such a level of emotion, the spirit is bound to this ship. It is very almost like the elemental that is bound to the ship that we once had. It feels pain when it is attacked. It felt much pain when the explosion and the arrows hit it.
Okay, let me just ask a simpler question. Is this thing going to be okay if I like manipulate wood into it to repair it?
I don't see how that's any different from surgery. If you want, I can follow you and we can see together.
Can you just ask it or something?
I don't know if it's ever experienced that, but I can ask. I mean, I assume when one of the boatswain repair it, it feels a little pain. So
Well, I won't be able to use any nails or rivets or anything like that.
exactly. So let's try and we'll find out.
That's cute that you care.
Pat, 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 pat.
Okay.
Awkward
Okay,
silence.
yeah, let's try to get some of these resources put in place. Some of these people on the deck need to get healed up. All that.
You guys spend whatever resources that you want to, healing the crew back up, healing yourselves back up. It's perfectly fine. Just make sure to mark them off.
How's the remaining crew looking as far as injuries and stuff are concerned?
Some of them are being woken up at 0 hit points after a couple of hours. Some of them made it through, very few, but the others aren't very injured. There wasn't a lot of like explosive force. You have a couple of the ones that were diseased beforehand that got hit by the fireball that you guys also got hit by, that are burned and singed a bit. Those could, as far as like HP damage goes, but that's kind of what you're looking at.
Well, yeah, I will spend time trying to. Well, I fuck. Now I come to the point to where do I want to use more things to try, more spell slots to try and repair the ship, or try to heal the crew? I'll hold off on that until talking to the first mate to see how screwed the ship is, I guess.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else want to do anything?
Not during the day.
Sure. The day goes on. It takes a couple of hours. For those that are awake, you see various, eventually they get the decks cleared of the fallen and put them in, putting them down below deck for now to clear the deck of anything and everything. They start to get the sails opened back up. They fill easily once again, and they bring anchor up. You guys start moving slowly and carefully as Jules and this smattering of a crew of guys that are elves that are going to hit exhaustion levels because they didn't get their long rest in, and well, they're sailing today as well. So they're going to try to hit Farlman by tonight, though. You guys start moving slowly through the ice floats, navigating. Dusk hits earlier than expected. This attack was a little bit after lunch, and maybe 3 hours start to go by, and as you start to move, it's not the sun setting. The sun just simply isn't here. You sail for a couple of hours, and it reaches, you would guess, about 7 p.m. It is dark as night outside. Looking behind you, a sunset, if that is what it is, fairly high in the sky still, but still dark and obscured. Dario, waking up in the middle, as soon as it starts to get dark, wakes up, starts looking around wherever everyone else may be, gets a debriefing from Jules. Who's up? What are you doing? What are you guys doing on the ship right now?
How
Charlie's up.
how damaged is the ship from the fireball and everything?
The main source of the damage was the fireball below deck. Give me a quick. Are you proficient in carpenter's tools?
Nope. That's why I was wanting to confer with Jules, or to have him defer me to someone of where the most repairs need to be, so that I can help out with those.
Easily, right there in that hallway. Jules says to you, he says, I mean, it's not structural damage that's going to keep us from being anywhere, but that's where the most repairs need to be. It's right there down from whatever blast happened.
Okay, so there isn't like any major infrastructure damage or anything like that?
Doesn't seem like it. Not to the boat, not to keep the boat from sailing. No.
Okay. And I guess it's in a 40-foot wide area.
Yeah.
Oof.
20-foot radius. Maybe 12d6 damage.
Right.
What?
Delayed blast fireball's a bitch.
That's true. That's a motherfucker.
Well, I'll go ahead and do some wood shape to, I guess, the most dangerous areas. If there are like outright holes in the ship that would be like a hazard or something like that, I'll go ahead and use my 4th level slots for those.
Okay.
Get those cured up.
Give me a perception check, I guess.
Natural 20. 29.
Navigating this area and sort of trying to also navigate around the injured as well, because these beds are now once more filled up with some injured sailors, as well as your friends, Koshik, Dandelion, both laying in their beds, passed out, I assume. Go around bits of chunks of metal that were flung and broken across, bits of debris, splintered wood, healing it back. Easy enough with a 4th level spell.
Since we spoke about, I was gonna say, since we spoke about this earlier, I assume Crowley would be there, trying to see what this ship is feeling at this time while the spell's being cast.
Yeah, that's what I was about to get to. As you're sort of, as he's doing this, wherever you may find yourself, if you're sort of down there watching as well. Crowley gets emotions and feelings from the spirits, as we've said before, no sort of words from this ship specifically. It is a feeling of discomfort and then relief as it happens, like resetting a broken nose or an arm pulled out of place.
A mild discomfort, Artyom, but it is relief now that you have done this for it. You are doing good work.
All right. Well, I'll keep going, mate. And I'll use all 3 of my 4th level spell slots to do what can be done.
Okay.
Maybe it will, come back and save us if we get our ass caught in the fight or something like that.
How long does the spell last? Like 10 minutes?
Hold on, let me find it. What? It's instantaneous. It just works that way now.
Oh,
it's
through
reshape.
like a 40-foot cube or something like that?
No. We had talked about reflavoring stone shape to be essentially wood shape, which is a 4th level spell that is a 5-foot cube.
5-foot cube. Okay.
Yeah. So 3 5-foot cubes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Not the other one, which is like transmute stone to mud or whatever.
Gotcha. Okay. With a natural 20, at least finding the most damaged spots fairly easily. Healing those up.
Awesome. All right.
Anybody else? Anything you'd like to do?
Yes. Oh, go ahead, Crowley, because I don't know how long mine's gonna take.
I haven't asked this in a while. Probably was just like last week, but as opposed to letters of correspondence, I just want to know if I would think that the letter would have arrived by now.
Which one?
The one specifically requesting for aid.
You think it would have?
Okay. That's what I want to know, so I'm going to prepare something for later, so you can go.
Estimating the time that you've traveled to the holds to the ride here should have arrived by now. So now who that went through and what sort of chain that went through at Sharn. Not exactly sure. But the request for aid you think has reached Sharn, at least reached your contact. So it depends on who he gave that to.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good.
After, he has done everything he can to really help out on the ship, helped move the bodies, healed who he could, probably assisted with moving whatever other stuff got tossed here or there. Milo is going to go back down to the area set aside for him to do lab work.
Okay.
And just sits there staring at the table for a few minutes as this just proved the realization he came to before. His devices, his inventions are not good enough yet. He was not able to protect his friends. And taking a few minutes, being frustrated, angry, some of it at himself, a lot of it at Idril himself. Milo's going to throw himself violently into work on the project he had been working on before. And he will be at it quite late.
Feverishly bringing out old sketches, bring out your drone, pops off your shoulder, throws up a hologram of old graphs, diagrams, and old notes sort of on the wall, projecting it for you, sort of swiping through all the old shit that you already know. You've memorized this. It's not a matter of forgetting. It's a matter of maybe picking up on something that you left behind. You're alone down here. They don't have the crew to keep watch on you anymore. You're walking, you're working and writing. Do you bring out the crystals or a crystal on the ship? Carefully placing one, spending it, starting to work, starting to look, examining it through different lenses of identify and detect magic, just trying to see what you can do. Give me an Arcana check.
It's a 22.
22. Looking at different properties of metals, gems that you know exist Arcana wise that you could possibly try to transfer the soul through, different conduits that you might be able to transfer the soul out of this safely. That's the entire thing, is trying to keep this much energy and this much potential contained and not have it released during a transfer of any sort. It's escaping you right now. It's frustrating. You're coming up to an answer that you came to the other night. You're going to have to try something. Now isn't the time.
Right, yeah.
But soon.
Before Milo gets working too heavy on his task, I'd like to come into his workshop, I guess just when he's like getting started. And like, you're alright? You get the healing and everything, buddy?
What?
You good? You healthy? Physically.
He's got bruises and cuts. He's not in his armor right now. It's just kind of standing in the corner, maybe has the headlamps turned on to kind of light the workspace.
Better off than a lot of other people.
It doesn't count if we bring them back. It'll be okay.
Yeah, well.
Just stark, poorly lit lab. Some of his tools laid out, but you came in pretty early, so he hasn't really gotten started working. He was just kind of flicking through, stuff on Warforged primarily, stuff on some of the weapons projects he'd worked on before. Probably the ever-present graph of the current model of the Black Dragon armor.
Arjun just kind of like, all right, well, I'll let you get back to it then. Kind of realizing a coping mechanism when he sees one, he'll just lightly toss Barrick up into the corner of the room.
Any instructions
And
for Barrick?
let me know if something happens.
Okay.
Then kind of doing around in the boat, seeing that Gorham's with Kashik, just giving him a point and a thumbs up and passing on down the hall. And whoever I see beforehand, either Azure or Crowley, I don't know if you guys want to roll off for that or what. Just looking for my homies on the ship real quick.
Crowler's probably moving around to go somewhere quiet real quick, so he's probably going top deck. You might pass him.
Sure. You should probably find Azure and make sure everyone's got a buddy. It's still dangerous.
Very true. I will check with him shortly.
And then Artyom, with lots of spell slots not there anymore, is going to use his staff to cast Pastoral Trace, head into Gandolin's room, and pass out on the floor.
All right. Gorham, what are you doing right now?
Gorham is probably going to go try to find something to drink.
Okay.
Pirate ship, pirate ship, pirate ship.
I think that is easily enough found where you are.
Ow.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Right next to
it's
that bag
not,
of Holden.
It's not ale. It's red elvish wine. Did you find a good store of it?
Is it strong?
yeah. It's strong as shit.
It'll do. It'll do.
Red Elvish wine is made with vodka and red food coloring.
Well, natural 19 on a
These
D20
are
roll.
Carnathy elves, so that makes sense to me. They're good Carnathy elves.
They're Farlman elves.
Oh shit. Never mind.
That's probably blood then.
They're Farlnanian elves.
Gorham, you find your way down into a galley, looking around. I'm sure someone's making noise for me.
Oh.
Appreciate you. Sure. Gorham is of the mindset, as he often is. He's not really worried about someone catching him and what he's doing. So as you're perusing the selections of wines and whatnot, you taste one and it's got some bite to it. You say that'll do. Pour you a nice glass. Sit down at a table. As you do, take a sip. Is there anything you're doing in this moment? What are you thinking of and doing in this moment?
So, what's on Gorham's mind right now is kind of the same thing that's going on with Milo. Just thoughts of failure, like couldn't protect his brother, couldn't protect Gandalin now. Just kind of tired. Like, if anybody should have died, it should have been Gorham. To Idril, at least. So, Gorham's just kind of stewing.
As you sit there and stew, think. Apparating immediately in front of you. There's no hiding. There's no trickery. Platinum shiny ball. Right there in front of you on the table. Hovering in the air. That's what we'll go on break. All right.
Get the smack talk ready.
Thank you guys for joining us. We are gonna take a quick bio. We suggest you do the same. Rehydrate, re-emotionalate, reset yourself. We got a second half coming for you here soon. Don't go anywhere. Drop the follow button if you haven't, or like and subscribe if you're over on YouTube. We'll be back. Much love. Hello, everybody. Hi.
Hello.
It is all of us, the same people that were here right before we left. We are going to pick up our game across Eberron, where we are in Eberron, the world, specifically off the northeastern coast of the continent of Corvair, heading towards an island way in the north called Farlman. We are in the icy seas, navigating our way through ice floats in a pirate ship captained by a vampire pirate, Dario. Our friends here, our heroes, the Shining Vanguard, just resurrected their friend. A tough choice to make, not for them, but for himself. Ganwin has decided to return back to continue fighting. After resurrecting Ganwin, Koshik immediately passing out. The rest of the crew here has spent time trying to heal the crew, the ship, when everything is now moving along as it should, sailing, and the sky's getting dark, maybe before they should be, is where we pick back up as Gorham below deck grabs a glass, or a cup, not a glass, nothing made of glass. That's a moniker I should get rid of. It's wood. Drinking out of a wooden cup, strong wine. Look in front of you and see a familiar perfect mirror sphere just floating there. Does Gorham say or do anything?
That sounds very vaguely like a threat.
I'm not threatening you, I'm simply asking.
Do something. Gorham's going to down his glass of wine, cup of wine, and look over at the sphere. Just kind of stare at it for a second. I don't care that you spy on us. I want you to see how close we're getting. Your attacks are becoming more frequent. I think you're starting to get scared. You know we can't be stopped. We're coming for you. Gonna kill you. And I'm gonna go back to drinking.
Give me an intimidation check. At disadvantage, please.
Intimidate the orb.
Roll double nat 20s, make him so scared that he loses concentration.
At 11.
11.
Don't scare him
Plus-
so much that he decides to
plus-
attack us again right now.
Say this into this orb. A few moments go by. And a voice creeps into your head, Gorham. Scared. How many of you have to die before you realize that she is not worth it? That's it. Someone make a noise.
Ah!
Okay.
How many words can I say?
That's one word.
We're loosey goosey right now, but 25 is the limit.
Is it fucking trash truck here, Brittany?
No, that's somebody that just backed into something with their car.
All right. Well, hopefully it's not our car. It's not about her. It's about you. I'm coming for you. Yeah, that's it. And while I wait, I'm going to pour another glass of wine.
Very well. The orb stays there, observing you. Do you think Gorham is shaken at all by the events of today?
Yes, somewhat.
Give me a deception check.
Uh, 19.
Very nice. The orb stays there, floats for a moment. You can picture the face on the other side of this orb. Unseen to you. Just imagine it. Cathedral sits somewhere, dark and cold, standing hand behind his back, staring at you the same way you stare at him. The orb dissipates. Okay. Is there anything anybody else would like to do from that? I know Crowley was going up top deck.
Yes, Crowley is going to send a message to his contact in Sharn. Giving off the cast and saying, I trust my letter arrived. It is fundamentally important for me to know the answer to my request. We'll keep in contact daily when possible.
You get a message shortly afterwards. Mr. Crowley. Indeed, your letter has been received. It has been passed along, and the higher ups have taken interest. You'll be hearing something soon.
Crowley doesn't need to send another message. That's all he needed to know.
Okay.
Then he'll wander off and try to find Azure.
Okay. We can rewind a little bit. Some of the night has passed. What has Azure been doing?
Mostly after helping pirates do what they did with their fallen comrades. Has just been chilling top deck with his Drake. Deep thought.
Okay. Carly, this is where you find Azure. Oh, go ahead.
Just when it's very end of the night before he goes to sleep, he's gonna want to do something.
Okay. Carly, you find Azure top deck.
Do the events of the day weigh heavily on your mind, friend?
A bit, yes. Not just for me, though. Your party, your shining vanguard. Well, I've been through a lot.
It's amazing what one party can go through over the course of 3-4 months. Still 2?
Something like that.
I'm just so used to hearing 2.
You're encroaching on 4 by this point.
Still feels like 2 weeks. Anyway.
Feels just shy of 2 years.
Indeed. Yes, we've been through quite a lot together. Sometimes it feels like longer than time has actually moved. You are new here. I'm sure you haven't seen as much as we have, or perhaps you have. I like to think of myself as an approachable sort. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm here to listen to you, my friend.
Should I ask for a deception check from Crowley right now?
Where was the lie, Dio?
I'm so approachable. White
He's-
porcelain mask.
He's allowed to believe he's approachable.
Yeah, you can walk up to me anytime. I might be walking away, but
I'm the most approachable person in the party, says the least approachable person in the party.
No, you're absolutely free to approach him.
I mean,
Sorry, continue, guys. That's my bad.
no, it's fine. It's wonderful.
Someone make a noise.
Ah,
Thanks.
Yes, of course. How are you doing? Everyone else seems to be, I don't know, going to their vices currently.
well, I've perhaps seen a bit more death than most of the party, but it does not bother me as much. Gandalwin is alive, and that is more than enough cause to be about my duties as usual. But everyone is the DM messages on the side chat. Everyone is doing what is most natural to them. Usually, and this doesn't happen as often anymore, but we would be together and drinking, but there's been much death today, so everyone is taking the time to themselves. I'm sure they'll be somewhat back to par tomorrow. Has this affected you? What vices would you turn to at such a time as this, if you don't mind my asking, Azure?
Usually drinking.
You'll fit along just well then.
I figured.
Would you mind perhaps if I poured you a drink then, friend? No need to be out here alone and sober, I imagine.
Sure.
Pulls out a bottle, just keeping on him. It's the dwarven stuff. I haven't told anyone else. Just pulls out a glass. We had friends that were quite enjoyed it. Please have a sip.
Gulp.
Crowley will pour one for himself as well.
Zura, make a perception check for me.
Well, that's a 9.
9. A little bit distracted by the day's events and looking down at the drink. Don't seem to notice anything. Right. Very well. I see reactions and stuff going on. And I was about to, anyways, can Gorham talk, or is something going on?
The cat was just crying. He's here.
Okay, I thought it was like, oh shit, it was our car or something. What is Gorham doing after the drink?
After the drink?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You going back to bed? You going back to Caustic? What are you doing?
Yeah, probably go check on Koshik for a little while and then
Okay.
go to bed, I guess.
Finish off the last little bit of wine as much as you are. There's no one down here stopping you. You're walking down the hall, and outside of Koshik's room, you see Dario. Dario is sort of propped on the edge of the door open to the room itself. He's just looking into the room itself, sees you walking in. It's a mixture of emotions on his face and stuff like that. Gorham, I have heard you have also suffered your losses today.
Yes, but not so much as you and your crew have.
Heavy losses indeed. I haven't lost so many men in a long, long time.
I'm sorry we brought this to you.
I wasn't aware that you did.
Well, you seem to be one of Idril's folk.
Idril again.
Aye.
Reading on his face. He's thinking back. Looks back into the room. I'm glad all of you are okay. We hit far on in tonight. Stops leaning on the wall and starts to walk back up top.
I'll nod at him and peek my head in Koshik's room and make sure everything's cool.
Yeah. Is Koshik soundly asleep?
I rolled a 19, Jonesy. Koshik is awake.
Okay. Before
She lived.
Koshik's eyes start fluttering awake, sort of right here in this moment as you walk into the room, Gorham. What was Koshik dreaming of?
I'm sorry, she is wailing right now, and I don't know why.
Okay. Just dreaming of turtles.
I like turtles. Koshik wasn't dreaming of anything per se. Her mind wasn't blank, but there wasn't a scenario. It was just reeling thoughts over and over again, the same few things. When Koshik left with Gandalin from that place and saw that he came back and smiled, it didn't register in a deep conscious place in her brain. So when she passed out, she still didn't know if Gandalin came back. So Koshik, in her, I don't want to call it a slumber because I don't know what that is. In her I don't know what that is. I don't think that's what that it was. In her unconsciousness, she was just thinking about how she could have saved him, running through all the different scenarios. She was thinking about how this was her fault. And the reason that Idril is after us is because of her. He wants her. Her friends are dying because of her. All these people are dying because of her. Gandalf is dead because of her. And she's thinking about the most heavily resonating thought is that she doesn't think the Revivify is going to work because of that dark spot on Gandalf's soul. The reason that she always wards him, and she didn't ward him this time, and she doesn't know why. And that is it. That's what's going on in her brain.
This memories flashing and this sort of in-between state that Kashik is in, flashing in your minds over and over again. Decisions made, decisions not made. It all stops. All goes dark for a second. And then a dream once more. A familiar dream to Kashik. Your mother's arms around you, mixing pancake batter. Little red cape over Kashik's shoulders as she tabs a little pancake batter onto your nose. You run to the window, look outside, see a caravan. I want to go play with those kids. Pedro rounds a corner, points his finger, walks to the door. The door opens. Goes dark again. Consciousness comes back. And you're over Gandalf's body, casting Revivify. You have a hand over his chest, dripping onto his clothes, and the diamond is collapsed into it. And you're looking down at Gandalf, and smash cut. You're looking down at your mother, dead on the ground. Smash cut back. You're holding on to Gandalf again, and you're screaming. Smash cut back. You're holding on to your mother. You are screaming, holding your hand onto her heart, yelling as loud as you can. And it cuts back and forth. And you are screaming this immense pain. Not just emotionally, but physical pain manifesting in the hand that is trying to revivify Gandalf. Whatever you're doing to your mother at this age, you're just holding her. And your hand starts hurting, burning, and tracing up your arms like electricity being forced through wood to another side, burning up your arms in the shape that blood would flow. Black starts to appear. Smash cut back, you are still trying to revivify Gandalf. Smash cut back, you are still holding on to your mother when you are snatched away from her. And into Yidril's hand being drugged by the arm, looking back at your mother laying on the floor. As you step outside, still screaming as a child, teary-eyed, back to Gandalf, and you're being pulled away from him as well. Your eyes flutter open. You wipe tears of blood away as you look up and see Gorum.
Did it work?
It's alright, Koshik. He's alive. It's fine.
And then Kasha gets up and just beelines for literally anywhere. She has no idea where Gandalf is, but does she know where his room was on the ship? Or did he always slept on the deck, didn't he? Did he ever take a room? Oh, okay, he took a room the second night. Yeah, right. Okay, she's gonna take off. Trip over fucking Archim on the ground. smash her face into the ground, nose bleeding, gets up and like claws her way into Gandalf's bed, and is just like straddling his. I'm sorry, Gandalf, this is weird. He's like straddling his body, but like holding his face, and just like kissing his forehead over and over and over and over, and does not stop. I don't care if he needs sleep. I don't give a fuck. I'm excited.
Gorham will probably follow her, but not at such a frantic pace.
Okay.
Also crying, so there's blood and tears dripping off of her face onto Gandalf. She's snotting all over the place. It's a nasty
Yes.
scene right now.
So unsanitary.
This
Okay, yep, I forgive you. Yep, I was sleeping. Ow.
And she just starts giggling maniacally, just because she's so happy. She didn't think it was gonna work. She thought this bitch was dead.
Gosh, please get off of me.
No.
I can barely lift my arms on my
You can't fight me.
I
I'm
can't
kidding.
fight back.
I'll de-straddle. I'm so happy.
It's good to see you too.
And then she's just gonna sit down on the floor. Just kind of rest her head against the bed or whatever, because she's still she's still not feeling great. That took the rest out of her. That took everything she just got back into her, back out of her. DM, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is my hand still hurt? Is my arm still hurt?
Do you look at it?
I mean, if it hurts, yeah.
It's one of those things.
Otherwise,
that,
it's the least of my worries.
it's one of those things that it doesn't hurt until you look at it. Like your mind wasn't registering it. You were completely occupied with something else. Your mind didn't have time to register any pain.
When wiping tears and blood from my face sitting down from the ground, I'll look at my hand.
It's still there.
Still black?
It's not black. It's red. Like an old scar that's healed.
Did something happen to me?
You passed out after you revived Gandalf.
Yeah, that happened. Did something happen to me? I'll hold up my arm to Artyom. Just turn.
Artyom, you see a mark that coalesces in Kaushik's palm and spiders out onto her forearm and the tops of her hand, down her arm. Gandalf, you see this too if she's like holding this up.
Does it seem similar to what Gandalf has on his person?
No.
Okay. I mean, I didn't notice that happening to you on the deck. You had your armor and stuff on, so like your sleeves down and everything.
She also didn't scream when she revivified him.
That's true. Do I recall the dream? DM?
Give me a wisdom saving throw. Call it DC 10.
Well, I rolled a 14 plus 9.
Yeah.
So.
Nice.
You remember it.
Okay.
It looks like it happened a long time ago.
So the dream will come back to me now in flashes, I guess, and still not understanding what it is or why it's there, but knowing that there's a reason. I'm just gonna write it off for now. And in the moment I am going to hold on to the happiness that I have and try my best to ignore the pain and whatever this means for me. And just be happy I got my boy right now.
Damn, is there any chance that I know what an aberrant dragon mark is?
I'll let you decide that if it makes sense.
At best, it would be a knowledge thing. I suspect just whether he happened to have heard of it or seen it. At the very least, this resembles dragon marks in general. Correct? Because we have seen dragon marked individuals.
You have seen dragon marked individuals. This very much does not look like a standard dragon mark by any definition.
Okay.
While they're having this interaction, I will hop into Barrick's perspective and have him fly into Milo's face, and just like by virtue of flying, slap him in the face a couple of times, and then fly over to the door and bounce off of it. Just kind of like give it a couple little knocks.
Is this Barrick's way of saying "let me out"?
Sure. Or getting your attention and directing you to the door.
This is like mid research.
Yep.
This is like a storage area of the ship, so there's no real door. So Barrick is like flying into like an open like doorway, like an archway that leads upstairs. So he bumps into that a couple of times and just sits there and wait. Barrick is in no way trapped down here with you.
I guess latching onto the top of the door, it'll just start screeching at you.
Milo's like, there's no
Like,
door, stupid, just
Screech,
fly
screech.
out!
Pause, screech, screech, pause.
It's like when you open the window for
It's
like a
like
bug and you're like,
so
go out the window, and it's just
Go!
smacking into everywhere but just a completely open space that will take it to freedom.
That's a nat 1 on the insight check to figure out that Barrick wants to be followed.
You stupid fucking bat. What do you
How,
want?
how far away is Milo on the ship?
Like
Feet.
stairs and everything wise, you probably
No, as the crow flies.
I've never heard that before.
There's
What?
still walls and shit in the way.
Right.
walls
but
and
it
everything,
means
probably no more than like 40 feet.
I'll just pop into your head. Follow fucking better. Kaushik's awake.
Ow. Ow. He will, like, put away some of the more sensitive parts of his research and then follow Barrick.
Okay.
Just brief interjection here. Just Gandwin, exhausted brain. I'm gonna say that he's like, that's fucking weird, but can't quite put together what the fuck it is on her hand. And before passing back out into unconsciousness, is gonna remember one of the last things that Artyom told him to do before everything hit the fan. And he's just gonna go kind of pat Kaushik's hand. Your hair looks nice. And go to sleep.
You've done it! Ready. You've killed me!
I wasn't ready!
And Kaushik starts crying again.
A mildly concerned looking Milo come walking in.
Hey, Kaushik. Glad to see you're up.
Looks like side eyes the bat real quick.
I will let Milo know what's going on by letting him Gambluin said her hair looked nice. As if that explains it.
And when she hears Artyom say that, she's gonna start crying harder.
That's a mental
okay.
connection to Milo.
Okay, never mind. She's just like sniffing up her snot and wiping her face.
One quick second. Yeah, Milo's gonna like go and like I don't know if there's actually sitting room because he said these rooms only have one actual bed. We've doubled up with pallets.
Correct.
So he will take a knee next to Kaushik, and just kind of like use like a little device or something to start prestidigitating away some of the snot and mess.
Oh,
He's just got like a magic dust buster.
he's
Oh.
back with us. It's fine.
I'll take my my cloak and just give her one big wipe.
He
And
will
then-
gingerly reach over, like prestidigitate the cloak edge she just used.
And then I'm gonna give Milo a hug too.
He's back. Thanks to you.
I didn't think it was gonna work. And it's not just thanks to me, it's thanks to you guys too.
And thanks to him.
Kind of looks over at Gandalf.
Big sleep.
That's
Ugly
it.
snoring.
Good night, sweet prince.
What?
Do you say that in character?
No.
Okay.
Huh?
Milo, you know, he's gonna keep coming for all of us, all of you, just like that. It's
Only
gonna get
for a
worse.
little bit longer. You won't be able to come for any of us soon enough.
We have to kill him.
That's the plan. So, rest up, get as much sleep as you can before we make landfall tonight. Because we're bound to have some type of action once we get there.
Artyom can probably see Milo's face, but Kaushik can't because of the hug, and it's just probably the most violent you've ever seen him.
Artyom nods approvingly.
Just thumbs up. Or the bed is unconscious, like consents the violent aura. It's like, nice. Good job.
The sleep thumbs up. Just kind of looks up at Artyom.
I have something for you in the morning.
Hey, late presents.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Speaking of, I need to get back to that.
Just give Kaushik one last squeeze.
Hey, can I borrow your little cleaning gizmo thing?
It usually has to have direct access to my power source, but
What does that mean? Like your armor?
He's probably got like a travel battery or something.
I just kind of take it and point it and poke it, or how I don't have no fucking clue how these things work. I'm just trying to get Gandalf's clothes dry. It's just hey, however the thing go or I mean you didn't use an activation word. I didn't hear you say. Oh,
Make an Arcana check
us-
at disadvantage.
hell yeah! Oh shit! Okay, that's actually 14.
It will
14?
proceed to. It will work as long as Milo's within 10 feet. Because that's the range of prestidigitation.
Yeah,
It's a magical
As you're
hair
like
dryer.
trying to talk him through the buttons and he's pressing a button, one firebolt lashes out towards the ceiling, and one mending goes and like messes with Gandalf's nose a little bit. Prestidigitation.
Okay, let's just-
Just takes it out of Artyom's hand.
I'll do it before I go.
The process elimination. It's scientific method, no?
I
Not
can
like
help.
that.
I have those spells too, so I can help.
Milo will carefully prestidigitate Gandalf clean and dry before heading back to the lab to continue his research.
No. He's not wearing any of his clothes. They heard a heap on the floor.
Oh, well, he will prestidigitate the heap of clothes
he's
dry.
naked.
Yes.
Oh no!
He's under a blanket, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's covered.
Gosh, was assaulting.
Oh, I just love you. I'll do mending on anything I can mend on his clothes. Now that I've realized he was naked, and my Kashik's cheeks flush a little bit. She didn't realize it. No, she's like, oh, that was weird. Whoops.
Various bits of magic and everything. His clothes are now like melted into a sopping pile, cold sopping pile on the floor, but easily enough prestidigitated away after a couple of seconds.
Thanks.
All right. Is there anything
Arcane's
anybody
now.
else would like to do before you hit Farland?
Go back to bed.
Yeah, get a long rest.
Yes.
Not going to happen before you get to Farland.
That man said, nah. You saw that head shake.
It's okay.
That's
I'm gonna sleep
crazy.
through Farlman.
Azur's going to do something before we follow him.
Yeah. What you got?
He is going to go to his room and pull out his sending stone.
Okay.
From his bag. Shake a little bit. Mother, father, wherever you are, or whoever's closest to the stone, basically. Try to get them to respond.
You reach out. Azur?
Yes, mother. And then he is going to form her. He's found this group, the Shawnee Vanguard, and everything that he knows that they've been through, what they've been through, and most important parts, warning them about this elf named Yidril, what he's doing, and what he plans on doing with his country, trying to take his country back. And at the very end, I know you told me when I was growing up, at least, that my biological mother would reach out from time to time, and I do not know if you can have correspondence with her, but she needs to know everything I just told you.
There's a pretty palpable silence between that. And there typically is every time you talk about her. I mean, ever since the first discussion, like it happened fairly early for obvious reasons. But there's always a bit of a pause, as if they're trying to find. She wants to make sure that she finds the right words to say.
Sure.
And it comes through pretty simply this time. Says, absolutely, dear. And I hope through all of this you are okay too.
I am. Love you, and give my love to father as well.
We will. Stay safe.
I will.
Seeing if someone goes dark. Anything else from anybody? Okay.
I'll send Barrick back with Milo for the just in cases.
Okay. Send Barrick back down below with Milo.
He'll use his scanners so that he knows everything that he's working on, and I can download it to my databanks later. No.
Interesting.
Espionage.
You get back, you're working away, sleeping, resting throughout the ship. You do get a short rest in for whatever resources you would like to replenish on that. But after a few hours, anybody up top would see Dario sort of having a hand on the wheel, and then also sort of commuting back and forth. Jules is staying awake this late into the night to hit Farland, but sort of communicating with Jules, and as Dario's hand sort of leaves the wheel starts navigating a little bit by itself. As you guys move through these ice floats to get closer, you would look out and see that these have gotten much more dense around Farlnen itself, some butting up to the shore of Farlnen. Not a lot is visible from this distance that you're at right now, but bits of light start to peek through from the darkness at first. You guys get closer, and then you start to see small port town is what it looks like. And it expands even more. This is a port city. Stone buildings that look old, built on here hundreds of years ago. You see at least 10 ships right in front, as big as this one. Blood red sails hung up. And other docking spots right here in front, completely open. There's no traffic back and forth. You are the only vessel that you see as you navigate, and these lights start to come into view. Different street lamps and what have you start making their surrounding areas brighter. Dario and Jules sort of make their way up to the bow of the boat, together, speaking as they let another sailor sort of take over this navigating process. The wheels sort of steadily, just like it's found a homing beacon of some sort, and it is bringing it into shore. A few hours of this process, getting up closer and closer to shore. And as you guys are probably about 1,000 feet off the coast, slowly making your way up to a dock, someone is sent down to you. Pirate is sent down to you, knocks on some doors. Not a lot of, just tired and haggard elf, just sort of knocking on doors at this point. No sort of real grace with it. It's told to let you know that we're here. If you want to get ready, wake up, get your things together. We'll be moving off shortly.
And this is just like a deckhand?
Right.
Okay. Nah, thank you.
Yeah. Turns around and goes back up top. What are you guys doing?
Guess I'm getting ready.
I suppose I'm putting on my now dry clothes.
They are dry.
Very, very tired still, but thanks to greater restorations, capable of moving under his own steam for the moment. Just slow.
Packing up lab equipment and tools.
Okay. You armoring up?
Yeah, before he leaves, he'll step into his armor.
Step up. Milo gets 2 feet taller. A foot and a half. You're 5'10", right? So, yeah. You just saw what?
I just always imagine the animation for entering power armor in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
So you all get your things together and pack your things up, get your armor on. It's been a long ass day. Get your things together, go up top deck. You see other sailors starting to change sails, slow down the vessel, begin to really slow down to come into port. Dario and Jules still on the bow of the boat. Who would make it up top first?
Not me.
Fair enough.
I'll be helping the other one along.
Okay. In that case, let me get 2 insight checks. Let me get one from Crowley and one from Azur.
Low ball. Let's just check that quick. That's a 12.
12. Okay.
A natural 20.
Natural 20. Zoe, the first one to really clock it as you sort of walk up. You're looking at everybody. Everybody's exhausted at this point. Still just, they're going through the motions, but it is like simple tasks are just, and this boat is made to be easy to use like dexterous flicks of the wrist instead of just brute strength to move sails and ropes. And they're just struggling to make their way through it. As you're sort of clocking all of that, you look on the bow of the ship and you see Dario grip both of the rails, looking at what you can assume to be his Port Cairn, where he said he is taking you. He turns to Dario with a natural 20. The first time you have seen Dario worried. He whispers something to Jules, steps up on the bow of the boat, jumps off, turns into a bat, and starts flying towards the coast. Jules starts calling out different orders to, we're laying anchor here. He's going to check in with the prince and make sure we're good to dock. Everybody else, get your things together, get the dead to the back of the boat, make sure we are ready to go. We need to have everything ready, make sure everything is back up deck and ready. And just start shouting out orders left and right. Sort of that natural 20 insight carrying over. Jules is now stalling his men. I'll leave whatever happens next to you, Shining Vanguard, but right now you're just on this vessel and you are anchoring right here. About at this point 500 feet off the coast.
Oh, okay. So we have not docked fully.
You have not
docked. We do see a bunch of ships that have red sails.
Yep.
All right.
And there's no sun right now.
There is no sun. There's
no setting sun, so it's just gone.
It is dark right now.
I'm going to send a mental message to the first mate and ask him, are we gearing up for a flight here, or is he still unable to communicate with his sister? I'll wave at him if he looks shocked.
He pauses for a moment and looks around, sees you, and it looks like he subconsciously has grabbed the hilt of his sword and just like a sigh of relief. And you hear we're back. We don't know. And you have to stay quiet for right now. We cannot worry a bunch of soldiers. Or I'm sorry, a bunch of sailors.
Arjan goes,
That was me. He said, and he shakes his head. Yes, as soon as you do that.
all right. I guess if we're going to wait a few minutes, I'll get a telepathic bond going. Woo!
Sure.
Oh, reliable.
Everyone gather around and bust out some good old eggshells.
10 minutes goes by. No sign of Dario.
Uh-oh. So...
While our team's doing that, I'll take that time to summon Bursty as well.
Okay.
The boy returneth.
Hell yeah.
So just once the bond is up, just like, so... how long is too long for waiting on him?
Waiting on who? What's going on? We're not docked yet.
Dario went to go talk to someone. He flew away, and we're waiting on him to get back.
Before he left, he looked worried. This is in the telepathic bond.
Worried about
I do not
what?
like this.
You think Heidrill's waiting on us?
He never got in communication with his sister.
I don't
Oh
know.
shit.
How far are we out? Are we anchored away from the dock?
About 500
Much.
feet.
About 500 feet. Okay, so pretty hefty. Okay.
I will say this 500 feet just off the boat, and the major thing that has slowed you down, ice floats all the way to the coast.
Noted. So yeah, I just repeat my question. How long is too long?
Crowler's gonna pull out his telescopic. Just look over on the coast because he still's got like all his captain's tools from when he's sailing. So he's just gonna look across, see what he can see.
Give me a perception check.
That would be a 16 plus 5, so 21.
21. Very nice. Someone make a noise for me real quick.
Yeah.
Oh,
With a 21, you scan the city. There is nothing. There is no one on the docks. There's no one on the boats. You do not see any movement in the streets. Nothing.
With a flair for drama, I see nothing on the coast whatsoever.
I hope you say that in the mental link.
I do.
Okay.
That's the drama.
Nope, he worries the sailors.
We're all gonna die. There's a Judas.
Say in the mental link.
Shall I send the Kestrel to look more closely?
someone should ask Jules if that's normal.
I
doubt
will,
it, but
I will add Jules to the telepathic bond.
oh whoa.
Add Jules to the group chat.
Ding.
Jules has now entered the group chat. Yes.
I hope there's no there's no record of everything that's been said in here. That'd be really awkward.
Oh Lord, all the way back.
Hey, Jules, there is nothing on the
Jules
coast.
has left the group chat.
Oh shit.
It's just it's the voice portion. He doesn't have access to the text
chat.
history.
Okay, good,
Very
good.
sus. He left group chat. Anyway, I'll let him know immediately that I see no signs of life on the coast whatsoever. Nothing on the roads, the docks, anything. This does not seem normal whatsoever.
Someone make a noise. It's not.
Okay,
This is what Dario saw. And it is why he's going ahead. And it is why we stay quiet right now.
do you have a map of the town?
Down below in my chambers. It's rough. It's just street map, but
It's better than nothing. You said you wanted to keep your crew busy, right? Unless you want me looking through your maps, friend.
he is a little bit reluctant to leave his guys up here and thinking on their own. To be frank, he seems like he wants to keep them distracted with tasks if anybody starts slowing down at all or starts looking towards the coast. It goes down. A couple of minutes later, comes up with a rolled up piece of paper, hands it over to you. Pretty simple. Street names. Looks like just a basic street grid of the place. Couple of places of notes, different shops and stuff like that, but the main an unnamed but larger square at the northern part of the city. Larger building square at the on the top of the map.
Yeah. Okay, Milo. Hey, and where did you say he's going to be going? This larger building in the center here. The Dario was going to be going when he flew away.
Say again. Sorry, I was distracted.
Where is Dario going to be going on this map?
Sort of points at the top of the map towards that larger. If he doesn't see anybody soon, he'll go there nearly immediately.
A sister's house, or
Sure.
No, I'm asking what it said on the map. I don't know. Places he could go, or sending things that will go out and look for him, so I need to know the layout.
No, that was the answer. He points back at the
Okay.
map. This is where she
Sister
would...
So his sister lives in a big building?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So doing pretty good. Okay. Milo, I guess let's go. And just
Milo
send
will,
Barrick off.
Milo will gesture at the map for his Kestrel to take a peek and then go.
Swing out, report back.
If you see any hordes of undead on the street, come right back and tell us.
Okay.
That's a direct, not group chat, mental communication with Barrick.
With Barrick, gotcha.
The
Barrick flies
Kestrel
off
gets
with his
similar instructions.
Barrick flies off with his instructions. Your Kestrel sort of light pops out, scans the map, flies out towards the city. It's gonna take them a few minutes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Anything else anybody would like to be doing during this time? Or it's
Milo's
just-
gonna check his weapons.
Crowley, can we put you to work? Maybe lifting some lazy spirits, very tired and weary spirits.
I could play something subtle.
Something quiet but uplifting, maybe. Perhaps not make a clarion call across the ocean.
I don't think I'm good enough to play 500 feet away, or for something to hear me 500 feet
You
away.
know, maybe if Wizards of the Coast gave Bards Thaumaturgy.
That would only be 300 feet.
An
Tough
additional
luck.
300 feet to his already, very bolsterous 200 feet that I'm sure he could get to.
Before, oh, go ahead.
Crowley's going to hum a sea shanty, something just that's low and just very subtle for everyone to hear and just to pick up.
Make a performance check for me.
By tree fitty.
Tree fitty, just tree
By
fitty.
tree fitty. There's no col. There's not no colon. There's no. There's no. It's 350.
Said performance, right?
Mm-hmm.
24.
24.
Yo ho, hoist the colors.
Oh God, that's not a happy one.
Yo. All of a sudden, you hear deep singing from underneath the ocean.
Rise.
You have called something dark here. No. With a 24,
But it likes to sing.
sort of going around the ship, you see it start to kind of become contagious. Light hums here and there,
Oh, no,
sort of
not
getting
again.
it stuck in their head, but still working as Jules points out. As soon as like someone is done with something and he sees them start to dawdle it all, he starts giving them more to do.
Milo, before he forgets, is gonna extract the empty potion capsule from the drone and insert his last one.
Ganwin's gonna go over to the side of the ship, just kind of not standing up by himself, gonna still leaning on the balustrade or whatever, and is just kind of like facing towards Farlnen. Is just gonna kind of be making like a little bit of a map. I don't know how much these ice flows are moving, but it's keeping track of what would be the quickest path through to like the path of least resistance along the ice floats to get to shore, if necessary.
Give me a quick perception check.
That's a disadvantage because I have 3 levels of exhaustion. Big tired, eyes sleepy.
Archeon's following around Gandalin with like one of his arms over his shoulder type kind of thing. Like, oh yeah, we're just looking at things like, happy tourists, but it's one of those, I have my hand on your shoulder in case you fall the fuck over. And then, him also using Archeon's staff to help stay upright.
There's a big 1 at disadvantage.
Ouch.
So just eyes too sleepy, can't focus.
Yeah,
Can't it's like rereading, like when you have to reread a page over and over again. Like every time he starts getting along, he forgets where he started and has to go back and start doing his best. Not much success.
couple of couple of seconds to a minute doing that, and Artyom comes over and puts his hand on your shoulder, steadying you a little bit. Okay.
Nice.
Another 10 minutes goes by. No sign of Dario.
And neither of the familiars have returned,
Not
I
yet.
assume.
Are they still alive?
Yes, you have not felt your connection to them broken.
Are we staying until they get back?
I feel like that's probably the safer thing to do. If Dario apparently can turn into a bat, then I presume he can turn into a bat and leave. And if he cannot leave, then he's either dead or someone wants to capture him. So,
We're not exactly in a position to do a whole lot about it immediately anyway.
We can make our way along these pieces of ice. They'll get us there. Just won't be a ton of fun.
I don't think we'd be able to do much fighting once we got there, though.
We're not trying to fight. We're trying to just get the lay of the land. We don't want to be stuck on this boat, though, if they know we're here already.
I agree with Gandalf. This place is a death trap.
Fuck, that's a first. Goddamn, so write it down. Write it.
just gonna. It's just fucking
Story.
mental link of, oh, you're being nice to him because he almost died yesterday. Just like kidding around. Okay,
Almost
yeah,
died.
we can start making a path across and fucking.
Just wait until once the familiars get back and report, or
I can go ahead and start now. I'm gonna need that staff though.
yeah, exactly. Leaning on the edge
Okay.
of the ship. So yeah,
All right.
good for the moment. I
Okay.
have my movement. All right.
I'll keep it as sturdy as possible, and Artyom will just sort of like look over the edge to see if there's a particularly big piece of ice, and go, okay, and just sort of whoop off the side of the ship
You just jump off the side of the ship.
onto some ice, hopefully.
Right in the water.
I dex check of something 14
Acrobatics. 14 plus something,
Acrobatics.
you're fine. About
Okay.
a 15-foot drop or so onto some ice. Landing there hurts your 1,500-year-old ankles, but you're all right.
Oh, arthritis is a thing.
This ice does not move when you hit it. It's
Oh,
solid.
okay.
Feels like solid ground underneath your feet.
Okay. Then in that case, I'll start making my 5 foot every 6 seconds way, just kind of like maybe making a little bit of a zigzag bridge, or if there are some pieces of ice that do move that seem very sturdy, trying to like move them slightly in place to try to piecemeal a way across.
Okay. Everybody following Artyom?
No, stay up there for now. I'm just doing this ahead. Don't come with me.
Does Jules have any comment on this conversation, as we're kind of like, yeah, we don't know if being here is a good idea?
Jules is just kind of watching your actions at the moment. As soon as Artyom goes over, a couple of crew members look back at Jules, and he looks over at you guys, looks back to him. Don't fucking worry about them. They're not crew. You are. Keep working. And that's it.
Does he? Because I know I was saying that in the group chat. So just when I see him do that, I'm like, how long do you think is too long to wait for Dario to return before they will notice?
It's my job to keep them busy, not to ask questions. I'll know when I know, I guess. He is. I mean, this
answer
is.
questions, please.
Yeah, all right.
You're
Hopefully we'll know something.
there's a whole lot of out of depth right now, and
Yeah.
someone trying to
Oh.
keep his composure and not seem like he's out of his depth.
A lot of people freaking out. Yeah.
He is trying to
Oh, no.
stop that from happening.
Right. Yeah, It's fine. We're fine. So I guess we're just kind of finagling an ice bridge together while waiting for the.
There's not a whole lot of magic needed. This solid piece of ice. Give me a quick survival check, RTM.
Oh yeah, 28, 19.
Yeah.
Well, that's not even at advantage. Yeah, 19 plus 9.
Easily navigatable. The crevices that are in this float, you mark, or not mark, but like mark with your foot and then walk around easily. Butts up against part of the coast. It's maybe 1,000 feet outside of town, but butts right up to a rocky shore.
Start walking back.
At this point,
while doing this, probably once I got more than 20 feet away from the ship, I would go ahead just for safety's sake and cast Pass Without a Trace on myself and try to not make myself a target, not with the cover out or anything, not being like a beacon in the midst of the darkness.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
That's 16 plus 13, so
it's still dim light if you cover it up, unless you're covering it up with, like, what are you covering it up with?
Oh, I thought I had like a very dense thing. Like, the whole purpose of me having a cover for it was something that would like wrap it up so that light wouldn't get out. So probably some form of like a thicker leather or something like that.
Okay. All right. What's your total?
13 plus 16.
29.
So 29. Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
You're flying. You're walking up there. Can you give me a perception check for Barrick, please?
Sure. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was like, okay, well, he's got advantage since he uses his ear balls and not his eyeballs. So that's an 18 and a natural 20 for a total of 21.
21. Okay. Say with a natural 20.
Got all the good rolls before the fight starts.
I really hope we don't fight anything right now.
You see Barrick as you're sort of halfway out at this point, 250 feet away from the boat or so. You see Barrick flying back towards the ship, sort of shrieking, finding his way back to the ship, and then stroke of luck when he shrieks one time and then suddenly diverts course and starts going back to you. A glint of metal in the sky right beside him as Milo's kestrel continues back towards the boat. Barrick lets you know that there are no undead hordes in the street. The streets are completely empty, and he saw no one.
You're fucking dead.
But they're not undead, and that's what matters right now.
The first thing is, once you said that their streets are completely empty, I'll ask over the mental link, what is the graveyard?
No graveyard, remember?
All right.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. So, good times.
A couple of seconds after RTM asked that, Milo, your kestrel flies back, opens its mouth wide as a little tiny projector starts projecting its view, its little memory of a couple of seconds ago. Flying through the streets, completely empty. Street lights, ever burning torches still on, lighting the streets and whatnot. The kestrel shows a memory of flying up to a window that is has curtains open, sets house is completely empty. Dark, candles burnt down all the way. Flies off from that home. Stillness everywhere.
No signs of conflict of any kind, or
none that it could see.
Out.
Are we all seeing this?
I mean, if you're
right there.
Milo hadn't gone anywhere. He stayed in the same little circle. So if you're still there, then yes.
Kaushik is going to expend a 3rd level spell slot to send a message to Dario.
Okay.
She is just going to say, how long has it been, roundabout?
At this point, we're pushing 25 minutes.
It's been almost half an hour. We're starting to get worried. Is everything all right? Where are you?
There's no response.
Oh no.
He's dead!
Again.
He says out loud to everybody. I'm just kidding.
Read.
I'm gonna let, through the middle link, I'm gonna let everybody, including Jules, know that I messaged Dario and he did not respond.
Only response from Milo is racking the bolt on the bolter.
Jules keeps his composure, yells at a couple more people to keep their fucking feet moving. You're muted.
Milo's.
It doesn't prove anything. He could be in some sort of like anti-magic field or something like that, you know. It's not a good sign, but I don't think, you know, it necessarily means he's dead or something, right? Or more dead or whatever.
Milo's gonna send a message to Jules.
You're not going to be able to keep them distracted forever. You need to have a plan for if we do have to deal with difficulties.
I am all ears.
I'm not their leader. We can make a plan for how to act, but you're going to have to be the one to lead your men.
I'm aware. The last instruction my captain gave me was to keep them busy while he investigated. I will do so for as long as I can.
Where
Milo
do you
didn't
know of
respond.
Where on Farland do you all usually go when you're here? I guess specifically in Port Cairn.
Same building that I pointed out before on the map.
Big one. So that's you guys. Y'all
Yes.
have the big house.
That's Dario and his sister.
And that's all of the blood sales or just you?
No, just them.
Okay.
We should try to rest.
How many people are in this town?
Give him a knowledge check.
Hell yeah. Roll good. He has a 20 intelligence.
Even if he did, that would be a 9.
Fuck.
But he does not have a 20 intelligence. Well,
That's rough. That man rolled a 4.
yeah, he did.
That's fucked.
I don't know. 1,000, maybe.
Okay,
I have no clue. Sorry.
you're fine. Bridge is done. Let's go.
You and your men staying on the ship is probably not a good idea.
You don't think that we should rest so that we can be best prepared for whatever we find on shore?
Do you think they'll let us rest?
I don't know. But I know we're not exactly fighting shape right now.
The way I see it, if we get somewhere on land, we can hide somewhere. Hard to miss a big fuck off boat.
Didn't you say it was like largely just a barren, flat wasteland?
The island or where you're at right now?
The island.
It is a rocky island. Yes.
And we're right at a port. We're at a city, or at least a large town,
Mhm.
that is
We
currently
can-
deserted.
We can hold up in a basement somewhere, or I can dig us a hole and create a dome of energy for us to rest in. But that boat, no offense, Jules, but if they stay here and things happen, more of them are going to die. And they're not going to be able to escape whatever's here. Now, Jules, if you feel like you're going to follow your captain's orders to the last to just keep them busy and stay in port or near port, that's your own doing. But I'd advise against it. You should get out of here. We'll try to get your captain back to you. So, does everyone agree with that?
Make a persuasion check, our team.
Fuck yeah, let's keep going with the good rolls. That's a 17 plus 1, 18.
Woo!
Total.
Big +1 charisma. Let's go, baby.
Jules doesn't say anything. Jules stays quiet.
At the very least, us getting off this boat can only be good for you. I hope.
Report back to me when you can. If you would.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be going for a few more minutes. So if we run into any immediate danger, then you'll know firsthand. If we run into some other danger, well, we'll try to let you know. We'll send one of these bats or one of his machines your way.
I'll be looking out.
Yeah. Someone help Gandalf them.
Azor will. Well, my sneaky friend.
Just
Nice to see you.
imagine fucking Gandalf going, I got it, and just eating shit right into some fucking hard ice. Just going, that's another loose tooth, all right.
For the moment, I'll accept some assistance.
You know what? In retrospect, I might have been able to, with a little bit of effort, make a slide or something, but
I have all my limbs.
I'll start making my way back across the bridge so that I can get folks within another cast of Pass Without a Trace as we make our way into the city.
Okay. Everybody trying to be stealthy as you walk up on these ice floats.
Oh God.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check. What's up?
Milo, knowing that he's not good at that, will opt for being really high stealth.
Okay. Taking off into the sky.
So outside of the Pass Without a Trace.
I mean, Pass Without Trace gives
That's
you
a
advantage,
plus
right?
10.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Never mind. I forgot about that.
Well, you know, Milo, maybe you can do like a hover, you know, next to us, because I mean,
No, you can walk just fine. I was just trying to. I was like, if I'm not going to be able to succeed on a stealth check, he was going to be far enough away from you.
I sure succeeded.
I know that Milo can walk just fine. I'm just more worried about you being like 8,000 pounds on the ice.
That's
Reasonable.
These are big chunks of ice. These are like small icebergs, right? Like
the ice does not move at Milo's weight.
Okay, awesome. Maybe you do like a little hop across the areas I made just in case.
That might be a good idea.
Thank God for plus 10.
We are in dim light or darkness, right, DM? So I have advantage on the stealth check.
Darkness.
Okay, which cancels out my exhaustion disadvantage. So I have a straight roll. Let's go.
Hey!
All right, everybody stealth rolls.
23.
21.
I hate to make everybody very sad.
Oh my goodness.
So even with a plus 23, natural one.
14.
I rolled an 18 for a total of 34.
I rolled an 8 for a total of 26.
Nice.
Crowley.
30.
Again, one slips and falls in the ice.
Basically.
We just got him back. Don't lose him again, okay?
Sinks like a stone.
First it falls on the ice, not off the ice.
Swim check.
Oh yeah, that bit A disadvantage B +1 strength. Let's go. I'll pull up.
The total group success. You guys make your way along the ice. Ganowin, some slippery spots come up and the exhaustion just a little bit too much, but Azor there helping you along, holding you up a bit when you need it. Everybody makes their way eventually to the rocky shore, about 1,000 feet out of town or so, just a short walk. Where are you going?
Go down.
Yeah.
Well, we have a rough estimate, assuming that that map is somewhat accurate
Of where
of
Dario would be, yeah.
of where we don't want to go, which is that fucking building. If that's where he went, just disappeared. Right? Like we don't. If he's gone there and we have completely unable to get in touch with him, speaking for myself at least, I would really rather not run into something that's aggressive right now.
We can find a house or something to hole up in.
Something away from that place.
It's like
probably.
midnight, right?
Yeah, give me a quick survival check. Straight roll on this one.
11 plus 9 for 20.
With a
Thanks.
dirty 20, just kind of calculating the time. Gets a little bit wonky around the time you took some sleep, but yeah, 1 o'clock maybe. Pushing pretty late into the night.
Maybe people just really don't want to be out in the cold. I mean, I don't believe that, but it's worth having Beric peek into a few houses to see if anyone's sleeping or if anyone's just, dead or undead.
There should be chimneys here, right? It's cold. People need heat.
Certainly.
True.
Chimney.
Any smoke coming from them chimneys?
No.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Well,
Where-
that's a big
Yeah,
old
we're-
yikes and a half.
Once land has been made, both little flying dudes are gonna get sent looking for a suitable place for us to conceal ourselves and rest up.
Going inside buildings.
Yeah, like chimneys if possible.
Yeah,
Don't
sure.
want to break any windows, make noise or anything.
Give me investigation checks for at advantage.
Natural 20 for the drone.
Let's go.
And a 11 for the Kestrel. The natural
One
20 is
One
plus 6.
investigation check at advantage. I'll count your natural 20. I was considering them aiding each other as they went into this, but with
Oh, go ahead.
no, you're right.
The first dice rolled was a 20, so.
Nice. Sending them out while you guys walk along. You have to be careful here as what does remain of the water sort of crashing up starts freezing immediately on this rocky beach. You guys making your way. It's a bit of a struggle. This is absolutely difficult terrain as you're walking up closer to the city on this rocky area, sort of looking further inland, not at the city proper. This is desolate. This place sucks. From
It's terrible.
any sort of vegetation that you might see is completely dead. It looks like a branch or twigs sticking out from in between rocks. But there is nothing living out there that you can see. You guys make your way into the city. Cobbled roads, old houses constructed of stone with fine details carved into them. You pass by the docks, the same wooden ships made by the blood sails, fine sailing vessels. All of them.
Can we tell how long those ships may or may not have been there by the amount of frozen ice around the bottom of them? Like how many times water has splashed on them and frozen over and over?
Yeah, give me a nature check, knowledge nature.
I got good in those too. 19 total.
Nice. 19 total. It varies from ship to ship. Some ships that you see are in disrepair and were looked like they were being worked on.
Mhm.
Those have been here for a couple of months, it looks like, without moving. Other ones that look sea ready, looks like they haven't been sailed in a few weeks at least.
Few weeks.
Yeah.
Judging from the water and the ice on these boats, they probably haven't left dock in a few weeks. All of them. At the newest, I guess.
DM, did you say there were lanterns and stuff that were lit?
Yeah,
Still?
there's Everlight lanterns that are here.
Oh,
Although,
never mind. The question I was about to ask, not not possible with magical lanterns. Yeah. I was gonna see if we could see how much oil was left in them. See if but if they are magical in nature, that matters not.
Yeah.
Once we start getting to some buildings, I'd like to kind of poof Eric inside past some windows and see if he can just sort of flitter about in there and see if there's, like if we're going by the docks, if there's like a dock house or something like that, just sort of get him to kind of scan through the darkness and see if, if there's anything disheveled or out of the ordinary or bodies or anything like that.
Okay. Before you do that, can I get just some perception checks from RTM and Milo real quick?
Sure. 16 for 25 total.
18 plus 6, 24.
You guys are rolling really well.
Nice.
As you get closer, RTM, to this island, very subtle at first. The flame on your staff has halved in size.
Okay.
Good.
Milo, you're looking around at these Everlight torches. Sharn is covered in them. They are barely lighting the areas around them.
Knowing what he knows about manifest zones, would Milo be able to draw that conclusion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Archon will cast dark vision on himself.
Okay. Cast dark vision on yourself. You send Barrick out to just look in some shops that are nearby. Finds an open door in a shop. Flies in. A lot of what Barrick sees isn't visual, right? Not at least in the way that we see things. So,
right. Like I'm trying to see if he can. Oh, okay.
So he wouldn't see the blood spatters that have dried there. He would see the toppled furniture and disarray that exists in this little shop, though.
I'll immediately is that within 100 feet of me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Beric sees that this place is being under attack or ransacked, one or the other. There's definitely danger here, and obviously letting that go to Jules as well.
Did the duo find a place for us to lay low?
Not yet. They're still looking. They're looking for something amenable for your group.
If they don't find anything that's too good, I can always try to dig us a hole, and we can do the hut inside a little place underground.
We just need somewhere discreet.
Okay. You guys doing anything else?
We should probably get off the street.
Keeping a frickin' lookout.
Yeah, just kind of all of the senses peaked. Hence the dark vision.
Yeah. Give me some perception checks. Those that are keeping a lookout, and if anybody else wants to do anything on these streets, let me know.
Not a nat 20.
I'm gonna take a look too. I'm gonna perceive.
See.
It's 2 10s for a 21.
I'm about to be so fucking terrible on this next fight. It was a natural 20 for me. Another one for 29.
Another 18 for me for 27.
13 total.
Nice.
22 total.
22.
We're not just like standing out in like the middle of the street. I would hope we're like
I assumed you guys
crowded up
are.
on like a side or
Well,
something.
you've cast Pass Without a Trace. The shadows kind of clinging to you as you move through these streets. I assume trying to keep a low profile as much as possible. But you do have to expose yourself a bit to explore these things that you are exploring, to look into things. With these perception checks, you see nothing. Nothing moves in these streets. They are completely still and unmoving. The only things moving in these streets right now that you can find, there are no moths drawn to lamps. There are no insects bothering you. There are no flora or fauna around. The only thing making noise right now is you.
Well, as we're going into town, do we see any means of footprints or anything leaving the area? As in off the cobblestone and into snow, or if there even is snow, or if it's just like just crag rock.
Yeah, it's all rock outside of the city. Are you walking to the edge of the city to look for footprints?
I mean, it's just if I see any from afar, if there's any, not like a pair of footprints, but like, you know, a shuffling horde of zombies that exited this part of the city and just head north type kind of thing.
I mean, there's
something very obvious.
There's city streets right here where you guys are on the docks and everything. There's frozen footprints abound. Like they are locked into time.
Yes. All right. Well, I'm not really sure what to do. Hold into a place, get rested up. Do we really? I mean, I understand. I'm pretty spent for spells, and the rest of you guys seem pretty spent for magic and things like that. It seems like a pretty bad idea to try and attempt some sort of rescue thing right now. And it stays dark here 24/7, right, Jules?
Sorry. Yeah, no, it does. Fuck.
Oh, okay, so there's no
We're sailing
chance.
in, and just sort of cuts you off in the middle of it.
Okay, that's a choice. Everyone here is dead. Okay, just so you know. If you, okay, it's you're a big boy. I will look at the group visually and be like, this fucking guy, just this fucking guy expression on my face. Just kind of whisper, I guess, you know, we won't have to have the blame of all of these guys getting killed if this guy does it for us.
Milo just sends a message to Artyom, letting him know.
I have the two automatons searching for a place for us to rest up so that we'll have a little bit more to tangle with.
Right.
In his defense, you did tell him to get off the ship, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say into the mental link towards two Jules. Just you guys should probably find somewhere to hole up as well. Until we find out more, I doubt just charging straight into his and his sister's home will do any better for us or you than it did for him.
These men and women have family in that city.
Yep. And we don't know what happened to all of them. They could be walking feet first into a massacre.
I don't know what words you might have to give them, but can't think of any that would stop them from going straight to their homes after this. Tell me the words to say to a man or woman to keep them from their family. I'll say them right now.
About 500 feet of ice in the ocean between them and their family. Make it larger. Or otherwise you're going to get those men killed. I don't know what to say to them.
It may be that they are alive and just being kept somewhere. And if they are, just walking right in the front door, maybe it'll just get them captured with no chance of being able to rescue their loved ones.
You have a way of contacting me. You said this would
very
run.
caustic.
You said this would run out soon.
Right, it probably only has a few minutes left.
But
So
yeah,
you
if
can
Kashyyyk
contact me
kinda gives
later.
affirmative, like
Yes.
we can contact you.
Nah.
And Dario has sent us on another mission for now.
Good. And you know, if we find Dario, maybe we can get one of these other boats here and somehow he can tell us how to escape. But we'll find. Well, let us know right now which direction you're going when you leave here.
Let me think of it.
That direction.
See, I usually like pulling in the IRL sounds and like making up a reason for them happening. This place is dead silent, so I cannot do that.
Ghosts.
Ghosts make a noise. Woo! All right. A couple of minutes later, Jules says, I'll sell Southwest for a few days. There's a close outpost that we can restock or get supplies from or something. I'll make it up as I go. Southwest.
All right.
If and when you find Dario, tell him I took them in.
Will do.
And the connection ends right there. Your drone and your Kestrel fly back, each giving you HUDs of different. One is your eyes sort of going through different on each different slide. There's like 400 homes.
Milo has an epileptic fit. You said, no, you haven't said yet. Do any of them look particularly suitable for a little holdout?
Almost all of them look like they'll house you suitably. Like, well, like you have smaller homes closer to the docks, and then they just kind of get more elaborate as you get further off the coast.
Any with like a basement, I guess, is what I'm I'm looking for.
Sure. Yeah, you can find one with a basement with a I think you said roll a natural 20, right? On your investigation check. So yeah, you find like a little pirate hidey hole type of basement.
Nice.
And it's just us Justice Ducks here now, right?
Correct.
There's a house over here.
Kind of drawing the dirt.
Has a basement. We could lock it down and rest up.
All right. Let's make our way over there then. Re-up past without a trace and slip along through the darkest areas, I suppose.
The already dark shadows sort of gather around you. You guys start walking, make your way into a completely empty house. You're going through it. Clear signs of a struggle in here. Find a wall here and there. Gouts of blood. Doesn't look like it was a long struggle or anything like that, but it absolutely happened. Fire is completely burnt out in the fireplace. Candles in here completely burnt down. Walking throughout this house, there's about 5 rooms. So, a larger family.
Once we are inside, before we head down into the basement, Milo's going to take one of those little medallions that respond to touch and he's gonna place it right near the door, so that it will shout if the door opens and bumps it.
Okay. All right.
Roughing it in the basement.
If that's the case, Artyom will take the next hour or so getting the basement amenable. Are there any basement windows?
No, it's underground.
Oh, okay, awesome. Well, I mean, you know how they sometimes have like the little tiny windows at the top. Okay,
don't see
great.
any.
Well, then I'll take
Full
like
selling.
10 minutes to get the basement set up by ritually casting an alarm on the basement door. I mean, I suppose they could come through the ceiling, but I think that'll give them away. And then
You know they were there.
yeah, and then do a tiny hut just in cases for breaking line of sight. If someone busts through and is like, spells, like, fuck you, line of sight.
Tiny hut goes up. Is everybody staying in the tiny hut?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Everybody playing it safe. No people sleeping on the deck of the ship tonight. Funny how that works. I kid.
Goddamn.
As you guys sit here and begin to drift off to really get some sleep and rest.
I did want to say one thing for as I was going to
Yeah,
sleep.
I was going to ask if anybody else wants to do anything else before you sleep.
Yeah, just as I am going to sleep, I'm just kind of curled up, kind of facing one of the walls, kind of like near one of the corners of the, I say corners of the tiny hut, it's a sphere, but like facing towards the wall. And I'm just going to be thinking about, since I'm 2 levels less exhausted than I was the first time I laid down, a little more coherent. And I'm just going to think about the little memories that I saw while I was in that cabin. Not sure where they came from because they sure as hell weren't mine. And what that may mean, and with whatever weird shit they were saying, this Pietro, who I've never ever met in my life, even though apparently he was my father's closest friend. And then just kind of linger on the image of my parents getting married, just for a few moments, as I'm just sitting there thinking about it. Some kind of almost black smoke kind of exits the cuff of the sleeve of my right hand a little bit from the fingers, as I cast Minor Illusion and create that image in front of my face. Just watch it as I drift off to sleep.
Over and over again. Smiling. The ends of their vows. Placing the rings on each other's hands. Just on loop. As you all eventually drift off to sleep. That's where we end tonight's session.
Nice. Nice.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for playing with me. I had a blast. This was a fun time. Thank you as always. We are Hard Knock Dice. We stream every Monday and Saturday. Well, Mondays we do Ghost of Saltmarsh, DM by this guy right over here, Gandwin, aka Ian, aka @FearDOA. So come check us out on Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Hell yeah.
On Saturdays we do this, where we bring people back from the dead and then visits islands of the dead, all sorts of other things. And we are
Hell
on
yeah.
a cool as shit pirate island called
Let's
Hull's
go.
Hearth, and the other one. There are pirates everywhere. We're pirates in all the campaigns. Just sprinkle pirates in, you know what I'm saying? That makes campaigns better.
Cool.
Pirates are cool.
Pirates are cool, man.
Ask my character Gloob in that campaign. Pirates are dope as shit.
Pirates are cool. They're the coolest.
We're gonna raid our friends over at Dice Legends, but thank you for that, Hydra. Go make sure that you check out International Medical Corps. Donate to them. Open up your hearts and wallets to a really good cause, because they're helping with some physical and mental health things on the Ukraine front. And damn, I feel like I'm forgetting something. It's been a session, guys. I'm exhausted.
I don't think
Taking
so.
my level of exhaustion. We're gonna rate our
Do
friends
we
over at Dice
level
Legends.
up again?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Level
You
13. Let's
wish.
go.
You wish.
Apple. Oh,
I
shit.
do wish.
Everybody can start rolling death saving throws as you fall asleep. All right, guys, we're gonna rate our friends over at Dice Legends. Make sure you drop a like and a follow if you haven't yet. Like, subscribe. It really helps the algorithm help you find us, so we can keep doing this for you. All right, until next time. Much love. Bye.
Bye.
No shit, I just rolled a nat 20, then a 19, and then just another nat 20. So I think I passed all my death.
Oh, you're conscious after that.